Good afternoon and welcome to the City Council meeting of February 24th, 2025. I'd like to call this meeting to order and ask that you all rise for the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With flowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you to our very own Tennille Towns for the singing of our national anthem and to the marketing department in the City of Grande Prairie for the images that you saw. I'm now going to take the opportunity to read our land acknowledgement. The city respectfully acknowledges the Beaver, Cree, Dene, and Métis people as the original caretakers of these lands and surrounding areas. We are grateful to live, learn, work, and play on Treaty 8 territory within Turtle Island and acknowledge that these lands have been home to diverse and sovereign First Nations, and Inuit nations since time immemorial. Thank you for that. I'll now move on to the business today. Looking for a motion, Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'd like to move council adopt the minutes of the City Council meeting held February 10th as presented.
Thanks for that motion, Councillor O'Connor. That motion is in order. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Moving on to the adoption of today's agenda. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I move that council adopt the agenda as presented.
Thanks, Councillor Bosch. That motion is in order. Seeing no one in the queue, I will call the question. Councillor Plott votes in favor, and that carries unanimously. Moving on through our agenda, item number 6, there are no afternoon delegations today. Just a reminder, if you are looking to come to speak to council, we strongly encourage that you do so. We just ask that you fill out a form ahead of time. It's a really simple form online, just letting us know what you'd like to speak to council about. And when we have an evening session, there's an evening option as well. So there are a couple delegations this evening that we're aware of, and as well, there are delegations for the public hearing for this evening. But for this afternoon, no delegations. I'm going to move on. Item number 7, under reports, there are no reports. So moving to item number 8, committee business. First item of committee business today is Council Committee of the Whole. And looking for, there are some business arising, if I could get somebody from that, and then there is another additional item of business. Recognizing Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move that council adopt the minutes of the Council Committee of the Whole meeting held February 12th as presented.
Thanks for that. That motion is in order. So I'll call the question. Please vote. Thanks for that. And there now under Council Committee of the Whole, there is one item of business today: future road construction. The information is in your package. It's available for those who are watching online. It was discussed at Council Committee of the Whole, presentation made in regards to a funding request for a preliminary design of 132nd Avenue and 116th Street, the twinning project. Council Committee of the Whole did have a conversation. I will If there are questions from my colleagues, I will turn those over to Chief Glavin. Otherwise, I'll recognize Councillor O'Toole.
Mayor Clayton, and I move that Council approve $325,000 in funding from the Council's Strategic Initiatives Fund to extend the scope of the 2025 budget item for plans and studies to include the preliminary design for the upgrade of 132nd Avenue from 103rd Street to 116th Street, and the upgrade from 116th Street north city limit to the south city limit.
Perfect. So that motion is in order. Opportunity for discussion or debate. Also allow questions for administration if there are some. Recognizing Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, just a question for Chief Glavin. In regards to this project, if I was a member from the public, I'd be looking at this going, whoa, $300,000. That's a lot of money for some plans and studies. When we're talking about the project scope of this, obviously, if you were to look into the report, you'd see there's environmental considerations, there's bridge construction considerations, and other considerations. But for the whole scope cost of the project, how much would this cost if we were to do all the work tomorrow?
Chief Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. So a key part of the preliminary engineering that this is to do the cost estimation, the land acquisition costs. We had done some previous high-level estimates for the intersection expansion at 116th Street and 132nd Avenue that's currently in the capital plan. Just that area came in at around $7.7 million. So total scope of the project, I don't have a good hard and fast number that I can give you, but it will be likely somewhere in the neighborhood of 30-ish if we did all of this tomorrow, which I don't think we would plan to do. That's something we would stage over multiple years and prioritize the different segments as they come. The idea here is to get all of the preliminary engineering done. So as we decide what to do next, we can do the detailed design and issue those for construction. As well as having this done, it does create projects that are more shovel ready so that when grants come out at different levels of government, that we can action those.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that, Chief Glavin.
Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I do not have a question for administration, but I would encourage council to support this motion. Clearly, we could not do all of this tomorrow, even if we chose to, and at a price tag of $30 million, that would be determined in future budgets. This allows us to take a section of the city that is under severe stress of traffic right now. And if anyone's driven on these at these two intersections, you know very well what I'm talking about. So this allows us, it's kind of like Councillor Thiessen said, we can't do it tomorrow, but we can at least start the process tomorrow. So I would encourage council to support this and give us the opportunity to fix this over the next 4 or so years.
Thanks for your comments, Councillor Blackmore. Recognizing Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. And looking at the traffic counts from 2019, which is almost 6 years ago, usually they do these studies during the summer. I'm just curious, they were at a D level, approaching capacity, and E to F during peak hours. I can't imagine what those numbers would be like today, 6 years later. So I think I urge council to support and push this forward so we can get this on so we can improve the traffic in these areas.
Thanks for that. I just had a question for Chief Glavin. Traditionally, I would say that Council Strategic Initiative isn't how we're funding transportation studies. And based on Councillor O'Connor's comment, and in the report it talks about the 2019 numbers approaching those levels. What was the trigger for this to be brought forward? I know council brought it forward, but would administration just have waited till the next budget to do work if we weren't using Council Strategic Initiative? Maybe tell me some of the thought into that.
Sure. Thanks, Mayor Clayton. So when we brought forward the initial work at budget around 116th Street and 132nd Avenue, there was appetite from council on the remainder of those roads of being 132nd and 116th Street. So we gave it additional consideration, although it wasn't our highest priority at the time. It still is an area of the city that definitely is seeing a lot of traffic. And with some of the development that is proposed in the region, likely to get even busier over the coming years. So we thought it was prudent to bring it forward now and to include it as part of the initial work that we were doing on 132nd and 116th Street, and likely get better pricing as well as we do it and have a more complete project.
So brought forward to the budget, but not, I'm curious on the funding choice. If it, administration sees it, it's a priority, it's brought forward to the budget as appropriate. Typically, council strategic initiative wouldn't be, and I'm not saying that I don't support this, it's an interesting choice. Mr. Burke.
So when we're looking at all of the demands, there are certainly more demands than funds available. During budget deliberations, it was identified that were there opportunities for us to move some forward. This was one of the next on the priority list, and as Chief Glavin said, possibly get some additional pricing or better pricing. There are no other funds available right now for us to accelerate this. If we were not to fund this now, we would have brought this forward at a subsequent budget. This using Council Strategic Fund was really to move it up. If it wasn't to this, it would just have been at a future budget.
Perfect. Yeah, I appreciate that comment, and I agree. Council has made this a priority because we see that there's a significant need, and as well, it is an area of town that we know is going to have significant growth in the future. Recognizing Councillor Thiessen.
Well, geez, I was just going to say what you just said, Mayor Clayton. But yeah, no, I was just my own comments on that. I believe this came out of the discussion over what we're going to do with these lands, and this is a question that was raised by council. Administration jumped right on it and said, well, if you want to do this, this is how we could do it. Personally, I think it is forward-thinking, and I think it is strategic. When we look at what's going to be discussed further down the agenda, that has the potential to spur on development in the northwest corner of our town. Which is going to spur on the construction of more roads and lanes that are be needed in order to transfer people from one end of the city to the next. So thinking forward, we got to think strategic, and we got a fund that we can spend now to ensure that our council and our administration tomorrow are well prepared for any kind of growth that we may incur. So in saying that, I'm going to support this motion going forward, and I hope the rest of my council peers will too.
All right, I see no one else in the queue. I'll call the question.
Disappeared. In favor?
Councillor O'Connor in favor. That carries unanimously. Moving to item 8.2, the Public and Protective Services Committee meeting. I'm going to turn this one over to Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I move that council adopt the minutes of the Public and Protective Services Committee meeting held February 18th as presented.
That motion is in order. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question. That carries unanimously. Moving on to item 8.2.1, naming dedication. I'll turn over this to Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I move that council approve the naming of the first floor corridor at the Eastlink Center located at number 10 Knowledge Way as Rotary Avenue through a naming dedication. And in just speaking to this briefly, to our understanding that this is a difficult space to get funding for as far as sponsorship. And in the past, the City of Grande Prairie has dealt with Rotary in this sponsorship. And so we'll see where this goes with conversation here today and move this forward.
Perfect. Thanks for your motion. Recognizing Councillor Berg.
Actually, Mayor Clayton, if you wanted to go first.
Go for it.
Okay. So I brought it up in committee that this is something that I would like to see a 10-year span on for a couple reasons. I'm not sure what the future necessarily looks like. And so to give this in perpetuity bothers me, and the fact that we may be able to, in the future, actually generate some revenue from it. But with that, I do want to speak to the work that Rotary does in the community. And I do absolutely respect that. And I know that there's no additional funds. We're giving them 10 years essentially for free on top of the 2 or 3 that they've already gotten for free. But also it's a check-in too every 10 years to reevaluate and thank Rotary rather than just kind of have it go and disappear into the background. So I'd like to see a 10-year review on this, no different than what we've done. But for the sake of the city, but also for the sake of Rotary, that they get recognized as well. So if I could make that amendment that rather than, again, in perpetuity, that we do a 10-year review.
Sure, and just while you're figuring that out, maybe a question for Chief Glavin. Is a 10-year period inappropriate, or sorry, for Mr. Burke, is the appropriate 10 years appropriate in administration's mind for this dedication and the asset to its shelf life, etc.?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Considering that the original agreement was for 10 years, I think it makes sense. There's some logic around 10 years, but we would take whatever direction council wanted to provide. I do think there's definitely some excellent points Councillor Berg meant, and even if it's to put it top of mind again in 10 years, and then the council of the day can decide what to do with it, I think that sounds. So we would definitely, totally reasonable for us to have a time limit on this, and we can accommodate that. So I would say between 7 and 10 years would be our advice.
Okay, so Councillor Berg, in our e-scribe, it indicates a 10-year period being an amendment. Does that represent what you're hoping?
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
All right. So I'm going to call the question on the amendment as I see no one in the queue. And that carries unanimously. Now back to the original motion, which would be approving the naming of the first floor corridor at the Eastlink Center through a naming dedication for a 10-year period. Opportunity for discussion and debate. Seeing none, I'll call the question on the amended motion. And that too carries unanimously. Councillor Bosch, one other item of business today.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I move that council approve the amendments for policy 315 as presented. And just a quick chat about that. This basically deals with community group funding. And in 2025, community group funding budget was over $4.3 million, totaling 1.71 of the overall city budget. And so just looking at this significant portion of dollars that we do spend, this amendment is to basically align funding timelines, amend frameworks for efficiency, and then just a check-in for fiscal responsibility as well. And with the changes with FCSS, changing our timelines to meld with theirs.
All right, thanks for that. That motion is in order. Opportunity for questions for administration, discussion or debate. Recognizing Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. If I could, I would love to propose an amendment. I don't sit on this committee typically, so I do review the committees I don't normally sit on, but I had another second look this weekend. And for council, I'll just point out the tables just in the main report, right above relationship to City Council's area focus, where we're talking about the small stream, medium stream, and large stream grants and their maximums. Now, what I noticed is in our small table, over the course of 6 years, the most grants we ever received for $10,000 or less was 9, and the least amount was 2. For a grand total of $5,000 given each, so that would be $10,000. So over the 6 years, I noticed that we haven't even expended $100,000 in our small grants. And over the 6 years, we've almost doubled the $100,000 in the medium grants. So just in recognizing that we may be taking a bigger chunk out of somebody who's applying for the medium grants ones, and the fact that we never actually have achieved all $100,000 payouts in the small, I would move that we reduce the up to amount in the small stream, the recommended maximum amount for $50,000 and increase the medium stream to $150,000. Now, this is just a lateral movement of funding based off of where it appears the need to be, and certainly open for discussion or debate. But I'm not looking to cut anything out or add anything in. I'm just shifting numbers here, and I look forward to hear what council thinks of those.
Okay, so thank you for that, Councillor Thiessen. We'll get a few moments for it to get sort of in the e-scribe, but okay, so I've been told by Legislative Services that that's actually in the procedure that we're not approving today. So then I guess a question maybe for Chief Lemieux, when does council expect to see the procedure? Bylaw. Okay, so we'll now go to the Mr. Burke.
So what I would suggest, if council had some views on the procedure, that there just be a motion for me to reflect that. We haven't typically brought that level of detail. Appreciating that does set some overall direction. I think that'd be useful for me to have that. So if there was accepted by council, just to pass the motion, and the rest of the procedure will reflect that.
Okay, perfect. So you good if I come back to you, Councillor Thiessen? We'll deal with that direction following this motion, following this piece of business. Okay, recognizing Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Thanks, Councillor Thiessen, for the motion. I was thinking something similar, but I appreciate that, and we'll be in full support of it. It does look like we maybe are undersubscribed in one area and oversubscribed in another one, so a nice catch, and I will be supporting your motion.
Call the question on approving the amendments to policy 315 as presented.
Pressie in favor.
And that carries unanimously in regards to approving the amendments on policy 315 as presented. And Councillor Thiessen has other business arising.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I guess then what I will do, and hopefully this motion is okay, is I move that in regards to this policy, with 315 and the procedure, that we move it to the appropriate standing committee to discuss the small and medium grant amounts in the procedure. Is that kind of what we're looking for? Or do you need more detail?
You could make a motion to set it or bring it to standing committee, whatever you prefer.
Yeah, send it to standing committee for
Okay.
sure. Yeah.
And do you have some, your earlier criteria maybe to mention in that so they come forward with?
Yeah, so I guess we'll just talk about just lowering the maximum amount in the small grants and raising the maximum amount in the medium grants by $50,000 one way and the other.
And the total fund, you mean?
The
not
total fund
necessarily-
won't change.
Yep.
Yeah, just the maximums.
Yep. All right. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I guess I'm just a little, I thought policy set procedure. So I'm just confused on the process here. Like,
The procedure is the CAO's procedure.
it doesn't policy set procedure. Like, I'm confused by the process, I guess.
The parameters from the policy set the procedure. The procedure, the actioning of it, is the CAO's discretion.
Okay.
And now we're making a motion to bring back a report that will have a conversation around that, those parameters of the procedure.
Okay, and it comes back to council, not to...
Standing committee is what he
Okay,
asked.
thank you.
And if I may, Mayor Clayton, yeah, just standing committee I think is the most appropriate just for review, just in case there's a rationale and a reason behind these totals here. It is addressed in our policy that was set forward under item 5.1 related information where those grant totals are mentioned, which is why I was trying to amend the policy as was. But if it needs to go through the procedure area, then I think this is the way to go. So first sober look is committee meeting, and then if we all agree and administration agrees to proceed with council direction, then we bring it to council. So.
All right. So this motion is in order. I see Mr. Burke. Okay. Just give us one moment here. All right, so we are going to remove Councillor Thiessen's motion. We are going to go back to the original motion if we can. That's all right. We're moving on the fly here. Councillor Thiessen brought this up sort of unknown, so administration's reacting to the conversation as we fly, on the fly here. So we're going to remove the motion that Councillor Thiessen just put forward. We're going to go back to the original motion, and we're going to ask Councillor Thiessen to specifically amend your motion as you related to item number 5, related information that you just identified. So go in with your specifics in an amendment, then we'll vote on the, discuss and debate the amendment.
Sounds good. All right. Hey, thanks, Councillor Palat, for having my back there, too. I would move that we amend the policy to reflect the maximum under small grants to be $50,000 and the maximum under medium-sized grants to be $150,000, period.
Okay. So we'll get that into the queue in a minute here. Opportunity for discussion or debate on that amendment. Recognizing Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, I'm just doing some quick math here, and I look at the, I'll just pull up the document, and I think it shows that if you look at the 9 grants of 29,000, that's almost 230,000. So I don't know if that maximum is correct. So I think we should take a look at that and see if the average for that total looks like it's almost 200,000 to 2.25 is what I'm seeing. So I think that may limit the amount of grants. If I'm just, tell me if I'm wrong.
I don't know where you're looking or what you're talking about.
In the first page
of the administration report or of the policy?
Yes. In the report that was brought forward, and it shows a small and medium, average, and large. Yep. So when you multiply 9 times 29, you're a lot bigger number, unless I'm looking at it the wrong way.
No, you're looking at it right.
Okay.
Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, thanks for that catch. I did do the math. In fact, I mathed it out over an average. So it works out to about $193,000 over the years of what we've expended with the grants, just on the average size of the grants. So you're not wrong. The way I looked at it is I thought this could be a simple change without affecting any of the bottom line that administration worked hard to establish for council to discuss and debate. So I just thought, well, we're going to be losing out more on the 100,000 side, so let's bump that up. And, you know, we'll bump down the other one where we're not getting as many applications. So hence why I know that there might be a shortfall. Administration and council may have to be tasked with offering less for a grant that's subscribed for, but I didn't want to half it.
Okay. Well, as long as it comes back, I mean, if that makes sense and is not inhibiting administration to bring back. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Bosch. Councillor Blackmore.
I think on the motion that shows up on our e-scribe, it should say medium-sized grants to 150,000, not 50,000.
Yep. Anything else, Councillor Blackmore?
No.
Okay. Councillor Thiessen to close on the amendment.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I want to thank administration for working hard on this. They scoured all over the province looking at other ways that municipalities hand out community group funding and are trying to find something that isn't as heavy on our budget sometimes and heavy on the discussion and trying to create a simplified way. I think and I hope that by increasing the medium-sized grant accounts, we're not inadvertently hurting any other medium-sized organizations that would be applying for those grants. And in regards to the small-sized grants, I feel like there's lots of other opportunities for them to access monies throughout the community, and it maybe isn't as such a big a piece of the pie. So thank you very much to council for hearing me out on this amendment, and I hope it passes.
Perfect. So that is Councillor Thiessen's close on the amendment. I'll call the question.
Plot in favor.
Rescind in favor.
And that carries unanimously. So now we're back to the original motion as amended, policy 315, which now will reflect a smaller amount under small grants and a larger amount under medium-sized grants. opportunity for discussion or debate on the amended motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question.
Pressley in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Councillor Bosch, any highlights from your meeting?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. We had a presentation from the Firefighters Charitable Foundation, letting us know what they've been up to in this last little while, raising tons of money for our community, so happy to see them. We had, hang on here, Chief Lemieux and his service report. The Grande Prairie Police Service, the first recruit class graduated on Friday, so that was fantastic to see the 12 new recruits and the 3 experienced come on board. I think now we have 32 in total, so that's great. With Enforcement Services, Peace Officer Sergeant Ryan Hoffman recently completed development for LiDAR operator certification and speed enforcement course for Grande Prairie Police Service and for Enforcement Services, so that'll be great. This training will be used to certify the police and police officers or peace officers on the LiDAR speed enforcement technology starting later this month. Mobile outreach, 5 employees completed the communication skills training last month. With the RCMP, the Law Enforcement Torch Run presents an annual polar plunge on February 28th. We've talked about that a few times in support of the Special Olympics and the Grande Prairie Special Olympics Summer Games. And what else do I have here? Community Knowledge Campus membership statistics. And this is interesting. At the end of January, showed 10,220 total members, which is a 31% increase compared to January 2024. And at Eastlink over the weekend, I was able to see some of it. I could hear the volleyball, but I could see the swimming. There was... let's see how many were here. 50 teams for the volleyball tournament, and the Rocky Mountain qualifier for artistic swimming welcomed about 400 plus athletes at that. Registration is now open for summer camps. Travel Alberta is awarding $30,000 for the Grand North Winter Festival, and Storm versus Lloydminster Bobcats. Did they win that? I don't know, that was last week. February 26th is Bonnyville versus Storm, and Storm versus Whitecourt February 28th. And finally, the Big Brothers Big Sisters Ultimate Escape fundraiser March 1st, and Theory of a Dead Man March 5th. So there's a little bit of everything there.
Thanks so much, Councillor Bosch, for your report. Moving on to item 8.3, the Financial Administration Services Committee meeting, also held February 18th, and I'll turn this one over to Councillor Berg for introduction.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I would like to move Council adopt the minutes of the Financial and Administrative Services Committee meeting held February 18th as presented.
Thanks for that. That motion is in order. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question. Please vote.
Pressley in favor.
That carries unanimously. Couple items of business tonight. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'd like to move Council approve Policy 361, the Community Enhancement Fund, as presented. And just to speak to this, back at budget, what we had designated was 10% of all budget surpluses go to a fund for community enhancement projects without budget impact, such as community aesthetics, public spaces, landscaping, natural infrastructure, and community initiatives. And so it's just a pot of money that, again, comes off the top from surplus that just allows us to beautify certain areas as needs come up.
All right, so that motion is in order. I would say that I really appreciate the work administration put into this. It's the first time that we've done this, so it may over time need to be amended, but gives us an opportunity, as Councillor Berg mentioned, for beautification and enhancement in our community without having to put it on into our capital tax dollars. So I think it's going to be tested over this spring, and then into next year. The community will see some results of it, and then future councils can decide if it's working as intended. So thanks for your motion, Councillor Berg. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call Councillor Bressy, just because you love to do that.
My apologies. I had my mic on instead of my request to speak button. For some reason, I
That's
still
okay.
can't get those two
Go for
straight.
it.
Anyways, definitely support the idea of this. I'm grateful to the mayor for bringing this to council. I think this is a good move. I just do have a question for administration about Section 4.2 and specifically talking about public artwork related projects will go through the Community Advisory Committee for approval. How is administration picturing that process of community art going?
Mr. Burke?
We were trying to replicate the process that we have now. So, but distinguishing from that, the community enhancement initiatives might be broader than art, but did include art. But definitely, we saw the value in there being a community touch point in bringing art projects forward before council make that final decision. So we would use the Community Advisory Committee, which is the current process for and expending funds from the Community Art Reserve or from the Public Art Reserve. So we were just replicating what was already in place. We wanted to make sure we didn't lose that as we were looking at possibly a bigger fund, but not making all of the fund going through that Community Advisory Committee.
Right. So you're still picturing councils approving it. It's just recommending it.
Absolutely, yes.
So I just wonder if we maybe should change. It does say projects will go through the Community Advisory Committee for approval. I wonder if we should change that to community for recommendation to council. Just future administrations who might interpret it differently, I'd be worried about.
Fair. Okay.
I'm happy to make that motion then.
Perfect.
Thank you.
So we'll give that a moment to get into that specific item as part of policy 361.
So yeah, it looks like our secretary has it, but just in case. So in section 4.2, I want to strike approval and swap in recommendation.
You bet. Just give us a moment to get caught up here. All right, Councillor Bressy, does that reflect what you intended? Okay, so that council will amend the policy under 4.2 to remove approval and insert recommendation to council. Opportunity for discussion or debate on the amendment. Seeing none, I'll call the question. That carries unanimously. So back to the original amended motion. Seeing none in the queue, Councillor Berg, would you like to close?
Again, this simply goes back to our budget where it was proposed and agreed upon. This just actually creates the structure for it.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Call the question. And that carries unanimously. Moving on to your next item of business, Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you once again, Mayor Clayton. I'd like to move council approve policy 362, the Council Strategic Initiatives Fund, as presented. And again, similarly, this creates a little bit more structure to our Council Strategic Initiatives Fund. The purpose is to guide the allocation and management of the funds, ensuring that investments are aligned with council strategic plan and priorities. And we typically in the past have used this when we have community groups coming forward for items like the food bank and different things like that. Just, it gives us some money without having to dig deep into the budget or try to find access to funds. It's something that we can decide on the spot. And we had even just seen today some of that in action with earlier in the meeting with item 8.1.1 around the road study. So it just gives us some flexibility around dollars that we may not anticipate a year in advance, but gives us flexibility on the moment.
Perfect. Thanks for that, Councillor Berg. Seeing no one in the queue, I will call the question. And that carries unanimously. Moving on to the next item of business, Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Parts to this, I see they're split, so we'll maintain them split. Move that council approve amendments to policy 346, reserve funds as presented. And this is covered in the other two items and the following.
Right. So this is in regards to the reserve funds. I see no one in the queue, so I'll call the question. That carries unanimously. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. And then I would like to move item number 2, Council rescind policy 214, the public art, and fold the public art reserve into the Community Enhancement Fund, which may seem ironic coming from me, but I'm looking at the bigger picture with this fund. So right now, this is a fund that the city has set aside, doesn't have a lot of parameters, and isn't really being utilized to its potential. So by moving it back under one of the earlier items that we had just mentioned, we're hoping that utilization goes up, and it also gives it a broader scope, but also broader dollars to work with too. So instead of sitting in a small little pail, it's now part of a bigger pail that we anticipate will be better spent and better utilized going forward.
So a little bit of housekeeping. So thanks for that motion, Councillor Berg. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question. That carries unanimously. Any highlights from your meeting, Councillor Berg?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Clayton. Just getting back over to that page. So we heard from Chief Whiteway, taxation and assessment. Assessors are having discussions and visiting property owners regarding their new assessments. I believe the assessment window is still open to appeal that, and you can do that through City Hall or by calling. Administration is also busy preparing and working with property owners regarding the upcoming tax sale that is scheduled for March. There may be, for the first time in my council years, that there could potentially be properties for sale. And talking to Mr. Smith, he feels that there's a couple of abandoned properties that they're struggling with, but they continue to work with reaching the potential owners, or with the owners. Around financial management, administration continues to prepare for the year-end audit with field work that's scheduled to begin next month, and then supply chain management procurement. Currently working on 8 bids for road rehabilitation, and we've all seen we're having an exceptionally bad winter around our roads, and again, a lot of freeze-thaw. And then also exterior door replacements at Bonat's Energy Center, something that we bumped up a year as we felt we needed that. And so those are some highlights from our meeting.
Thanks for that, Councillor Berg. As there wasn't an operational committee meeting that day, I had a question for Chief Glavin following under some road rehabilitation. Some of my colleagues, as well as some business leaders, have reached out to me, as well as many, many residents, in regards to current state of the freeze-thaw, snow removal, and so not really thinking necessarily that it's appropriate or necessary to have that conversation now, but I'm just looking to maybe put a motion forward for the next appropriate standing committee. And my colleagues feel free to spitball it as we go, but I'm hoping that to direct administration to bring back a report to the operational committee in regards to current status of residential snow removal, current status of windrow removal, as well as cul-de-sac snow removal, and with that, update council the financial status of snow removal. I don't know how much has been spent. I don't know how much we're doing towards the approved amount by council. Obviously, if council wants to tweak the policy for other operational practices to take place in our community, that's a council discussion. But I think with that, in the report, if you could also bring back an update on, let's call it pothole remediation rather. We know it's a freeze and thaw time. We've had a lot of freeze and thaw this year, and council is hearing a lot from residents, and I'm sure you are as well. But just sort of an overall sort of report of how it's going, where we are financially, the operations of what's happening in regards to removal of snow in the residential areas, and operationally trying to keep up on those fills right now until we have asphalt plants that are running. I hope that it's a lot in that motion. I know some of my colleagues have some comments or potentially can help me with that motion, but I'll let administration get that sort of motion in the queue and then open it up to discussion. Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, there have been many reports, at least brought to my attention, and many others, that I think there is a misinterpretation of accumulation, and that hasn't been brought forward. It's causing unsafe conditions throughout our city, and we need people not to be stuck on their streets because they actually have over a foot of frozen snow, and then that becomes like driving down, you can make a milkshake on some streets. Some people are concerned that they can't walk. There's too much water accumulation. So I think it needs to be addressed and to follow the plan of A and B, which we haven't in my area. Somebody accused councillors of getting their streets done first. Well, I haven't had mine since Christmas. So I just want to let you know that's the concern that I'm hearing from neighbors. And we need to provide safety and quality of life. So I'm hoping that can be put into change or take a look at the parameters for when that triggers snow removal.
So sorry, Councillor O'Connor, that's a little bit different than the intent of my motion.
Okay.
But if you know, I think if you want to have a conversation about the snow removal policy, we'll do it outside of, maybe it's a result of this report. So let's have administration bring back this information at the standing committee, and then maybe we can have some.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think that's more appropriate.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. And again, this is somewhat of a point of clarity. I'm sure that you're well aware, and I'm not 100% sure. So with the 13 centimeter trigger, do we need one snowfall at 13 centimeters? Or if we had 7 centimeters one week and 7 centimeters the next week, would that trigger it?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. It would depend kind of on the actual accumulation because snow will compact. But yes, if there were successive snowfalls that did trigger it, that would get us to that 13 centimeters, then yes, we would go. So right now we measure, we have, call it a fancy ruler, essentially a coring that'll core the snow down to the pavement, and we take measurements throughout the city. There will be, there's always a variation in different neighborhoods depending on blowing snow, where the snow, how the snow actually fell. The last snowfall, there was less or more snow in the north, if I remember right, than there was in the south, but that's just an anomaly with any particular snowfall. And we take all those readings and then we make a decision to go. So last time we had readings from 5 to 12 or 5 to 11 centimeters. With accumulation, you will be able to find potential one-offs with drifting, or perhaps there's an area that we didn't take a specific reading, but generally speaking, it was below the trigger after the last snowfall.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for that. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I appreciate you bringing this up. I'm sure we're all getting calls on it, so I'm glad you brought it up so we can talk about it as a report. I'm just curious on the accumulation of the 13 centimeters. I appreciate the that context. We didn't have anything in our policy that would trigger if it went from 0 centimeters to 10 centimeters. And I think the areas that I'm driving around are seeing these big, the comment of the milkshake where there's just, it's flat and then there's just a bunch of built up and ice. And so we don't have anything in our current policy that would differentiate on that, is there? It's just a 13 centimeter accumulation.
Lavin?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. That's correct. So in the residential areas, it's 13 centimeters. On the priority 1s and 2s, we don't have the same constraint. It's up to the transportation director based on the drivability of those. And we have a higher standard with buses specifically to ensure that they can travel. And that the higher volume, higher speed roads, given our priority 1s, get the highest level of attention and the highest priority. But to your point, we don't have anything beyond the 13 centimeter trigger. That being said, we have in the past, we triggered a residential once in my memory that was due to ice specifically. That was probably 3 or 4 years ago, where we had a big thaw and then we had a substantial freeze immediately thereafter, and we had a few hills that were almost not traversable. We haven't seen that yet. We do have city crews that have went into some residential areas that have had challenges with vehicles being able to go through and continue to do that right now, but we have not triggered based on the policy.
Okay, no, and I appreciate that. If I can just ask, on your motion, it says pothole repairs, and I think if it's a friendly amendment, if you could add processor on there. I think there's some of the folks, I'm getting a lot of people using our 311, which I will continue to say is one of our best services. The unfortunate thing is they're using 311 and then they're not seeing results. We have 3, 5, 7 days later, and so there's they're not buying into the process as much because of that. So I'm just wondering what the expectations are on 311 around pothole repair processing when somebody calls it into. Are we saying we get to it when we get to it, or is there a timeline triggered in there? And that's maybe another process or policy question for council to have. But the potholes have definitely, with our freeze-thaws, have definitely become a very topical thing yet. And I really would like to see 311 continue to be used effectively in our community. And I just don't want to see people feel frustrated by it as well. But I appreciate the motion.
So I think, yeah, we'll wait to see what the clerk has, but it just sort of in regards to the 311 reporting metrics and some statistics along with, yeah, that works in the motion, but some statistics along with how those are operationalized. I have a question, just I'll wait for my colleagues to go, but something I forgot as part of the motion. Recognizing Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Just a question. I'm supportive of the motion. And just a comment on the potholes. What I've noticed, seems like all of our north-south running roads seem to get really beat up. I'm not sure if that's just how the sun goes or how the frost heaves pop, or if it's gravel on there mixed with the snowplow dragging it against the asphalt. No idea. But it seems to be definitely more potholey out there. I guess my question for Chief Glavin is typically every year we do a snow removal policy review to see how things went over the previous year, and council has that time. How close are we to that now, or would this be triggering it a month too early?
Chief Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. There actually isn't a regular check-in for snow policy. We have had snow policy amendments the last 2 years, so it has been annual, but not by design.
Okay, well then, I was already in support of this motion. I'm even more so in support of this motion. 12 years on council, I think I've done probably at least 9 snow removal reviews, but my first year we had 3 meters of snow in 6 weeks and we had to think on the fly. So I really look forward to this coming back to committee, and I will support it.
Thanks for that, Councillor Thiessen. Councillor O'Toole.
Yes, I've got a concern regarding ice damming, and I was wondering how the city is looking right now so we don't get ice damming. And another question is the gravel. Are we running low on supplies, and how often do we have people out there?
Chief Glavin, can you just include those as part of the report? Would you like that formalized in a motion, or as an update on gravel as well as snow and ice removal sort of would cover, I think, what Councillor O'Toole's hoping to achieve?
Yeah, happy either way. I've already taken notes to include that, but just for council's benefit, we do have crews running every day. We had crews all weekend out there doing drainage work to make sure that we don't have any severe flooding. We don't have any serious flooding that we would classify properties that are compromised in any way. There's certainly ponding in front of some people's houses coming up to that portion of where the curb is, up some people's walks, which I know is concerning to people, but we don't have any current issues that are threatening property, but we do have crews actively working at it, and they'll continue to work through next weekend as well if we need them to work, depending on the conditions.
So just one more comment. I've suggested people phone 311, and they phoned me back after a day or a couple hours saying that it was successful for them. So thank you.
Appreciate that.
All right, recognizing Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I was just wondering if you'd accept a friendly amendment that would say in the report include a situation where it creates unsafe conditions. And do we know that that's happened? We've had icy conditions, freeze-thaw, and we've had a lot of areas that people couldn't even drive down the street. So I'm wondering if that couldn't be included, or is that something that is normally taken into consideration?
Chief Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Regarding the ability to traverse down any of the streets, I'm not aware of any being completely impassable, but happy to take those offline if you're aware of any that we can direct resources to. As I did say earlier, we have had city crews in some of the residential neighborhoods where we have had challenges with the conditions of the street, and we'll continue to do so. So if we have any really significant issues, as I said, happy to address those.
Okay, thank you very much.
And just because it's my motion, the process for complaints, I'm just wondering if it's the process and reporting metrics for complaints. Like I'd like to know how long it's taking back to get back to those 311 calls, etc. So people are calling, but it's the sort of the metrics of, between when it's reported to when it's actually completed. I think that's an important piece because it shows the next council how long things take. If there's changes to a policy to be made, it's important information. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. So I'm kind of curious. So we did try going to 13 centimeters this winter, and at budget deliberations, if I recall, we said, "Hey, we'll try it and we'll see how it goes. And if it's not going well, then we'll go outside policy and we'll ask for another renewal to be done." And personally, I'm at a point where I would love to go outside policy and get that layer of ice done while we have some thaw, so that if we do get another layer of snow, we don't get just snow on top of ice. I am curious, what is the process the mayor would recommend if I did have 4 friends who said, "Hey, we want to institute some residential removal that's not currently budgeted for"?
Yeah, so that's the reason behind my motion. My expectation, and it was what I was going to ask Chief Glavin at the end, is the time frame that's required for this report. Is it unrealistic to think this report is relatively easy to put together? Is it unrealistic to think this report could come to next week's standing committee? And if so, then I think we're in those conversations that Councillor Bressie talks about.
Yeah, it would be, most of this is reasonably quick to get. So we could certainly endeavor to have it on committee next week. At minimum, I could probably come back verbally for sure,
Okay.
And address it.
Okay, so to your question, Councillor Bressie, if you want something sooner, I think that's an appropriate motion to try to draft right now for yourself. It would basically be bringing back the snow removal policy. I'll look to the chief administrative officer in regards to if council has interested in discussing operational initiatives outside of the current policy, that what would be the best process.
If maybe I could suggest, since we have an evening session, that's just something that we could circle back with, and then I can just give you some advice that gives, because it does impact operations. So I'm hesitant to make operational decisions and advice here on the fly. But if we could postpone this item until the evening session, we'll come back with some advice.
Sure. So I'll let Councillor Blackmore go, and then I'll come back to you if you want to make a motion to postpone this conversation. Thanks. Councillor Blackmore.
I think that the motion is fine. We've itemized just about everything you could itemize. However, if it is council's intent to take advantage of a thaw in order to plow, if we wait till
Next week,
standing
we'll be
committee on
gone.
Tuesday, you're at the end of a thaw. And even if you made the motion tonight, you would get maybe get most of the A side of residential plowing done, but you'd still be in a freeze again for the B side. So I don't see any advantage to pushing it forward any faster than making this motion and moving it to the standing committee on Tuesday. However, at that time, someone might want to ask the question of why we don't have a policy that would deal with the annual surprise February thaw. But at this point in time right now, I would vote in support of this motion and let the world roll out as it will, because I don't think there's any advantage to lighting our hair on fire and throwing our hands in the air.
Okay, so appreciate those comments. That was sort of my approach in the sense of the next 2 weeks still look reasonable. I hear from residential contractors that they are available to do more work. If council wants to have that conversation, happy to entertain a motion to postpone this conversation till this evening. It doesn't really impact it now or in 2 hours from now. But if your colleagues don't support that and we have a motion in front of us, we can come back to that one. So Councillor Bressie.
Yeah, in that case, I will make a motion to postpone this item until after item 15, public hearings. And just speak to that. I will be arguing that we do this work this evening, or sorry, that we do direct some work to get done this evening. Sorry, that this evening we direct some additional work to get done. And just speak to that. I am hearing a lot from residents who are saying, hey, this new trigger, it didn't work for us. Maybe it would have worked earlier in the winter, but with the spring thaw, I'm getting so many pictures of driveways flooded, people having troubles getting their kids into their cars without their kids' feet being wet, people feeling unsafe walking, etc. And for me, I do think it would be great to, even if we can't get all the roads done before this thaw is over, it would be great to get what we can before this before this thaw is over. And so if council supports instituting some residential removal sooner rather than later, then I'd encourage you to support this motion to postpone.
Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate your comments. I would say that it's not even just this spring. It's been a winter of freeze and thaw, so it's been multiple occasions of freeze and thaws that puts us in this position. But happy to entertain, to call that question as I see no one in the queue. So to vote on the postponing of this motion until after item 15, which is public hearings. Call the question. Please vote. And that carries unanimously. All right, so moving on to item 8.4, investment strategy. My apologies. Investment strategy committee meeting held on February 18th. I will turn this one over to Councillor Bressie for introduction.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move that council receive the minutes of the Investment and Strategy Committee meeting held February 18th as presented.
A motion is in order, so I'll call the question. Please vote. And that carries unanimously. Councillor Bressie, you had one item of business tonight.
Yeah, thank you. I'd move that council pause the acceptance of rural renewal stream applications as of February 25th, 2025, and direct administration to bring back a report in Q2 2025 on the status of the rural renewal stream, identifying opportunities and challenges for the continuation of the program. And just speak to this, the rural renewal stream was a program instituted by other orders of government that allowed us to assist them in placing immigrants to our country into roles and into industries where there was actually local need for that. We've had hundreds of applications come through this program, and we've placed a lot of them successfully with local employers. I think this program has been very successful, but we've hit a point where, as the federal government is pulling back on how many immigrants it's allowing in the country, we've got enough already approved through this program that we probably won't even make it through that list. So there's no point continuing to do the work of placing people. It's a waste of our staff time, and also it's getting people's hopes up, which isn't right for them either. And so I hope that council will support this.
I just had one other item, Councillor Brett. That motion is in order. I just have one other item that maybe you would consider to add to that. I think that we do have some business leaders that have had good success with this program. However, we are having some struggles with other ones, and there is a backlog currently. I wonder if you would just add a third item, that we bring this item back to the next Council Committee of the Whole, which would identify it potentially as an advocacy item of how we work with the province and the federal government to make this more effective and efficient. And so if you would be willing just to add a third item to your motion.
Yeah, no, definitely happy to support that. And this is a program that was put together very quickly, and I think it's been effective given how quickly it was put together, but definitely has big areas where it could be improved in very huge ways. So if we can have conversations, figure out how to be partners with other levels of government to make this more successful, I'm all for that.
Perfect. Thanks for that. So discussion or debate on the motion, 3 items there. If anybody has any issues with any of them, happy to take a motion to separate them. Otherwise, seeing no one in the queue, I will call the question. And that carries unanimously. All right, so we are at meeting highlights. Councillor Bressie.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. It was a pretty short and sweet meeting. Don't have anything else to report other than the chief's area update. And the big item I'll report there is when we had the meeting, staff were very busy together with the Chamber of Commerce and other organizations as well, gearing up for Growing the North. And from what I saw and what I've heard in the community, that was a tremendously successful conference, helping local folks get educated and helping build industry networks for our local entrepreneurs. It was a very great conference. So thank you so much to all of our people, both that work for the city and our volunteers in the community or work for other organizations, for all the hard work that they put into putting on a fantastic event.
Right. Thanks for your update, Councillor Bressie. Moving on to item 8.5 of today's agenda, the Council Committee of the Whole meeting held February 19th. I will turn this one over to Ms. Cajolet. I'm just thinking, though, if we should have a motion first, or do you want the report presentation first? We're going to accept the minutes first. Thank you. Happy to take in Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Unfortunately, I have a pecuniary interest, so I won't be able to be part of this motion. Thanks.
So Councillor Plott has identified a conflict of interest. He will remove himself from the chambers for the discussion on this item. While he does that, I will look to Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'd like to move Council adopt the minutes of the Council Committee of the Whole meeting held February 19th as presented.
Perfect. I knew that I was waiting for a motion somewhere. Councillor O'Connor, that motion is in order. Councillor Thiessen, are you for? Okay. Call the question on that motion. And that carries unanimously. I will now go to Ms. Cajolet for staff presentation, and then we'll do business arising following the staff presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to present the update on the proposed recreation facility. In May 2024, Council identified Avondale North as a preferred site and directed administration to proceed with negotiations. Administration was also tasked with preparing cost estimates and soliciting proposals for a dome and a fabric structure. A request for expression of interest was issued in summer of 2024, gathering some budgetary cost estimates for construction of the proposed recreation facility. The administrative report outlines the results of the above tasks and reasons behind administration's recommendation to amend the facility site location from Avondale North to Trader Ridge. This recommendation is based on a comprehensive analysis of costs, site feasibility, and long-term development benefits. Several factors influenced this decision, including some cost considerations. The estimated cost for offsite servicing at Avondale North was approximately $6.1 million, which includes costs related to 105 Street extension. As well, additional infrastructure would be required for multifamily commercial developments in the Avondale, as per the Avondale Area Redevelopment Plan. Site readiness and development feasibility identified some constraints for the Avondale site, including limited space for future recreational expansion, challenges in integrating the structure with surrounding developments, the complexity of land ownership in the area, and uncertainty regarding approval timelines, as well as some limitations for long-term development plans as identified in the Avondale ARP. Some advantages of the proposed Trader Ridge site include that if approved, the city would own the land, ensuring some long-term control. This is a larger site, which allows for optimal facility placement and parking needs. This site is also partially serviced land, reducing additional infrastructure costs, and is adjacent to commercial and future residential developments, supporting long-term city growth. In addition to the increased economic impact through sport tourism and regional competitions, locating the facility in Trader Ridge has the potential to encourage further development in the city's north end. Additionally, air-supported structures are typically situated in industrial or commercial areas, which are much better suited for their scale and parking needs. The proposed facility would be a 135,000 square feet and would include a FIFA regulation soccer field, adaptable for multiple sports and various field configurations, an ancillary building consisting of locker rooms, public washrooms, reception area, and storage, with the option to have potential for a perimeter track as well as spectator seating. In summary, the Avondale site presents higher servicing costs and long-term development constraints, making it a less viable option. In contrast, the Trader Ridge site is cost-effective, development-ready, and aligns with municipal growth plans, factors that enhance feasibility and support the project's long-term success. Therefore, administration recommends proceeding with the Trader Ridge site and moving forward with the RFP as outlined in the report's recommendations.
All right, Thanks for your report, Ms. Cajolet. Happy to take questions for administration or business arising to start with, but recognize Councillor O'Connor in the queue.
Yeah, I think it's appropriate that we...
I apologize. Councillor O'Connor, if you can just hold that thought. Ms. Whiteway has some additional context before we go to other stuff. My apologies. Chief Whiteway.
Thanks so much, Mayor Clayton. If I may just share my screen briefly, just following Ms. Cajolet's update, I too wanted to provide just a approach schedule for the multiple financial approvals that will need to occur for this project. So today, what we're looking for would be the approval that would be required to support the construction of the indoor recreation facility. So today's motion, if adopted, would appropriately amend the 2025 capital plan for the Trader Ridge site at a price of $2.3 million, funded by the Public Reserve, as well as $869,000 from Council Strategic Initiatives Fund. If approved today, administration will be issuing an RFP for the construction of the facility at this site as soon as tomorrow. Given the scale and potential price of this project, the RFP is required to be on the market for a minimum of 6 weeks. The indoor recreation facility has been approved for $10 million in the 2024 capital plan. And although we anticipate, based on results of the RFEI issued in 2024, that potentially the cost could exceed $10 million. We will have an opportunity in the future to amend this previously approved amount if we do determine that additional budget's required. So the next step subsequent to today for council would be a borrowing bylaw. So that will be brought forward for first reading, first to the Financial and Administrative Services Committee meeting on March 4th, followed by council March 10th. Given the, given the project timelines and the MGA requirements to advertise the borrowing bylaw, as well as provide a petition period, we would need 29 days in combination for those items. So we must start that borrowing bylaw process as soon as possible. April 8th, we would anticipate, pending no legal petition, borrowing bylaw for second and third readings. Finally, once we've got the results of the RFP and the 2024 fiscal year-end audit has been complete, administration will return April 21st to propose any required amendments to the original $10 million approved for this construction. So, although at this point we likely do anticipate an amendment, we determined it to be most effective timing to amend the capital plan later in April. This would give us time to finalize the 2024 year-end audit, reconcile reserves and the potential year-end surplus, as well as complete discussions regarding any potential cost-sharing opportunities at ICF. So it is administration's intention at this point to only borrow the originally planned $10 million and utilize other funding sources for budget requirements that might come in above $10 million. One thing to note, however, the MGA will allow a 15% amendment to the borrowing bylaw without an advertising or petition period if required. So there is options. So just to summarize, we will be amending the capital plan to account for the land purchase today, issuing the RFP for construction of the facility as soon as tomorrow, bringing forward a borrowing bylaw for $10 million, followed by any necessary adjustments and funding sources required once the RFP results have been evaluated and a more accurate construction budget's available. That completes my update. Mayor
Thanks, Chief Whiteway. I will now go back to Councillor O'Connor. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. As mentioned earlier, I'd like to move that council postpone this motion until after item 15 and public hearings.
That motion is appropriate. However, I would like to have opportunity for questions for administration. I think we can come back to decision making. We still do have some time.
Would you like me to read the motion then and go?
Sure. If you want to do that, if you want to do item number 1, let's have questions and discussion, opportunity for getting information for council. Our evening session doesn't start till 6. I want to give council and administration opportunity to have a break. So if we can at least work till 5 o'clock and get some of the information that council is looking for out of the way, that'll give us a fair time so that we don't go till midnight tonight.
That would be one.
All right, so go ahead, put item number 1 on the table for consideration, Councillor O'Connor. Then I'll go to the queue for discussion, debate, questions for administration.
Okay. I'd like to move that council approve the approximately 3.21 hectares site as shown in attachment 1 as the location of the proposed recreation facilities, the facility site. 2, direct administration to issue a request for proposal, an RFP, for the design, engineering, and construction of an air-supported structure on the facility site to accommodate a FIFA regulation-sized soccer field with flexibility for various sports activities, and 3, direct administration to purchase the facility site subject to the terms and conditions of an offer to purchase for a total cost of $2,384,904, inclusive of the purchase price and associated costs, and amend the 2025 capital plan to reflect the land acquisition funded through public reserve and CSI as presented. And that was a mouthful.
Oops, thank you. That motion is in order. There, you are right. There's a lot there. I will go to the queue now, recognizing Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. I have one question for Chief Whiteway and one for Ms. Casually.
Go for it.
Okay, so, excuse me, Chief Whiteway, you'd mentioned that you're going to put out the RFP as soon as tomorrow, and you'd mentioned some target dates. Do you have a target date to award the RFP? I think you said you'd leave it open for 6 weeks, but do you have an award date set in mind? And the reason that I ask is we're unsure about potential counter tariffs that Canada may impose on the U.S. should we get U.S. bidders on it. But again, I also have been reassured that there are Canadian suppliers as well. But I'm just kind of curious if we have a date in mind.
Chief Whiteway.
Thank you for the question through the mayor. Sorry, bear with me. I have a date. I'm just taking a peek at the project schedule. So as I mentioned, 6 weeks is our legal requirement for that to be on the market. We are hopeful to complete evaluations by April 18th. So we're hopeful that by then we would have completed all evaluations and made a decision on the RFP.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Casually, you'd mentioned Avondale North complexities. I'm familiar with the complexities, but if you could give just a touch on 30 or 40 seconds on what some of those complexities are, just with a little bit of detail.
Ms. Casually.
Thank you, through the chair. One being the size of the structure, so it would definitely limit some of the future recreational development that would be available in that area, because the structure is so large it would take up a lot of that recreational space that is currently planned as part of the ARP. There's also some complex land ownership in the area, so there are not only city-owned land but other land holders in that area. The approval timelines, because some of the land is owned by the school division, there is a requirement to engage with them and also work through the province in terms of having some approvals on either the school division being able to lease or potentially sell that land to the city. There's also a desire from the school division to maintain the land in that area. So there's definitely some more specific conversation that would need to happen. There would also be some limitations for the long-term development plans as outlined in the ARP. So there is some future plans as part of the area structure plan for some residential and commercial space in that area, and the size of the structure would limit some of those opportunities.
Yeah, thanks, Ms. Casually. I just wanted the public to understand just a little bit more detail as to why that site is just not ideal. Thank you.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. This is just two questions for Chief Whiteway. In regards to the report here, I'm going down to the debt financing tables in the main report and the lines above it. So it says our annual payments will be $801,000 plus, and our interest and loan repayments in 2026 is projected at $686,000 plus. So I guess my question to you, Chief Whiteway, is which number is it? Is it the 801 represented in the table, or is it the 686 represented for 2026?
Chief Whiteway.
Thank you. Just bear with me one moment. I'm going to take a look at the exact same thing on the report that you are. So 800 was what the annual would be based on that interest rate and the $10 million. And pardon me, what was the other number?
Well, there's a line above it, and it says, due to the timing of construction, interest and loan advances in 2025 is estimated at $63,875, with interest and loan repayments in 2026 projected at $686,071.
Okay, through the mayor, thank you. Our intention would be to draw on the money, and once the construction period is complete, we can then flip it to making principal payments. But we will make some interest-only payments as we draw needed funds for construction. So a little bit of a difference during construction period, and then it'll change to that annualized $800,000 every year.
Okay. No, thank you for that. My second question is in regards to the $100,000 in seed funding that we gave to Swan City Football Club for design fees. Has that been spent, or is that going into this project?
Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you, through the mayor. So that one has not been utilized. It is something that we are considering when looking to propose final funding post-RFP. So that was something we will consider, but it has not been utilized as of this time.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. This question is for Chief Whiteway. On page 5 of 7, I'm looking at the facility construction table, and the portion that says reserves that we don't quite know and we'll get at a future date, is that referred to the once the audit is complete that we'll know? And how, if you can remind me how we picked $4 million?
Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you, through the mayor. At this time, the $14 million was determined based on the RFEI results. So that for now is a placeholder of what we anticipate it could be for the final completion. So just in terms of what we may need to find in addition to the $10 million. And yes, you're absolutely right. It is to our benefit to wait until the final 2024 audit's been complete. Q3, we were anticipating a surplus for 2024. We are still expecting a surplus to come to fruition. So we want to strategize with those funds, what's in our reserves, as well as have those conversations with at ICF and potentially if there's regional partnerships that could happen in terms of cost sharing.
So to date, do we know exactly what we may have as a surplus, or not quite yet? We're just going to finish the year.
Thank you, through the mayor. Well, we are working through year end right now, so it will be presented mid-April. It's timed appropriately, so council will have the results of the audit in order to make this decision. So we've done it that way so that you'll be able to see everything that went on for 24, what that ending surplus is, as well as get the full picture of where all the reserves are, all the debt is, and then have the capital amendment.
Thank you.
Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I just want to get clarity on the costing of this. So we've got an $800,000 annual payments on the debt. We've also got $660,000 in operational funding. I am assuming that $660,000 in operational funding is the net after revenues. But is it also netting out the debt payments, or would debt payments be on top of that $660,000?
Right way.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. They are separate, so the debt payment would be in addition to the net. You are correct. That is a net operating cost. So some revenue has been anticipated, so combined at $1.4 million.
Great. Thank you.
Councillor Blackmore.
I don't really have a question as per. We've been given much information over many months, and it has probably seemed to at least the sports community as though we are struggling or dragging our feet on making this decision.
Yours, actually.
Yeah, it's been a long time. One of the issues is that we didn't have any piece of land that was really suitable, and tried a few different iterations of trying to put this on land that was already part of the public purse, and it was clearly not working very well. It's interesting to me that the current location that we're looking at, which we hope will be come to fruition tonight, meets many of our earliest requirements, which is that the structure of the building, which is extremely large, not be on a public fairway and not block sight for sunlight for residential areas, and be in an area where it actually fit. I think that this successfully meets all of that criteria. Having said that, it's really difficult to build buildings that are enormous without a lot of forethought and dickering back and forth, for lack of a better word. So I would just like to thank administration for their support as we have gone through several iterations of where to put the indoor covered structure. And I believe that the current location will allow us to install it and have it up and running really quite quickly, which would not happen on any other location. So I'm really quite excited for this motion to come back to us later tonight, so that we can make this decision.
Thanks, Councillor Blackmore. Councillor O'Toole. And so questions for administration. I suggest you leave your discussion and debate on the motion till this evening, but feel free to discredit any of your colleagues.
Discredit me. I will leave my concerns till after we have supper.
All right. So I just want to clarify with council, and as Councillor Blackmore said, this conversation first came to council in 2023 when Swan City Football Association initiated the conversation on a covered recreation space, what that could mean as an amenity to our community, as a multi-sport facility. Council and administration and the community have been involved in many conversations. As mentioned, it's gone through various location considerations, not just Avondale and not just Smith. Consideration was given to at least half a dozen other locations. Now council has in front of them an opportunity to put it in a location, and that decision could be made tonight. Right now, I see no one else in the queue, so I'm just offering another opportunity if any of my colleagues have questions for information that they may be looking for in order to make a decision tonight. And I see no one. Councillor Bressie, last call. Okay, I see no one. So I will look to Councillor O'Connor to make the next motion as he intended. I apologize, Councillor O'Connor. You're not going to make it. Councillor Bressie is.
Yeah, I am very happy to make that motion. I would sure love to hear from the delegations coming in tonight before we make the decision.
Great. So Councillor Bressie has made a motion. to postpone the discussion and debate on this motion, as it has been identified in our evening agenda that there are delegations coming forward to speak in regards to this item, and in fairness to them to be able to have their opportunity to speak to council, this motion is to postpone the discussion and debate on the previous motion Councillor O'Connor made to later this evening. So that motion of Councillor Bressis is in order, and I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. All right, going back to our agenda, there are no items of correspondence. There was no delegation business from this afternoon portion. There are no notices of motion. So now we will take our recess. We'll be back at 6 p.m. Thanks so much. Good evening and welcome back to the evening session of our February 24th, 2025 council meeting. We are now, if you're following along on our agenda, at item number 13, which is delegations. And as I mentioned earlier, we appreciate when delegations come to council and let us know ahead of time that they're coming. There's an online form. It's very simple. Just gives us a heads up that you plan to come. There's always a 3 p.m. opportunity. And when we have an evening session of council, then there's an evening opportunity. This afternoon we had no delegations, but this evening we have 2. As well, we have a couple of public hearings to take care of tonight, and we deal with delegation business following our public hearings. However, the delegations get to speak first. So we are on item 13.1, Swan City Football Club. I'll ask the representatives to come forward. Your microphones are on. Once you get situated, if you could introduce yourself for those who are watching online. Take about 5 minutes to address council. Council may have questions for you. And then, as mentioned, we deal with delegation business at the end of the meeting. So welcome, gentlemen. And once you're situated, if you could just introduce yourself for those who are watching online. And before we start that, before we get started, I'll recognize Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Unfortunately, I have to declare a conflict for this one.
Right, so Councillor Plott has declared a conflict of interest. He will remove himself from the chambers. We'll give him a moment to do so. And then I will turn it over to you, gentlemen, if you'd like to introduce yourselves. Thank you. You can just lift the entire microphone up. It's on, yeah. Just don't touch it.
It's already on.
Control it.
My name is David Rojas. I'm the current executive director for the club, Swan City FC.
Derek Van Tassel. I'm a board member of the club.
Perfect. Well, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. I understand we have about 5 minutes to talk, so we appreciate your time. I did notice, like many, I spend too much time on social media, and over the weekend I noticed that lots of comments going on about the potential multi-rec facility, some concern from the community that it might be too rushed. I think there was some concern from 1 or 2 councillors as well. But I think it's important to mention it hasn't been rushed. The Swan City Football Club has been negotiating with the city, I think, since early 2021. There's been meetings with city admin, county admin, presentations before the city council, presentations before the county reeves. The city did encourage us to talk to the county to see if there was anything we could do with the crosslink facility. There was a time frame where we looked into potential architectural revisions of that facility. I know the city has considered numerous locations over the last 4+ years. I think they've done their due diligence. So in the end, we don't believe the process has been rushed. However, there is a rush to get a multi-rec facility built. And when we first approached City Council 4+ years ago, it wasn't just to be a soccer facility, it's to be a community facility for indoor groups. And the reason there's a rush is I think everybody's aware of the space crunch currently in the area. That space crunch has been made worse by the Johnny Mack Arena being shut down. Currently, you have soccer kids playing in school gyms where it's not really suitable for soccer. And more importantly, we're taking time away from volleyball and basketball kids that could be using that gym space in a more productive manner. Soccer alone had to turn away over 200 children last year for indoor. I'm sure other organizations are running into similar issues. We have said to the city since day one that we'd be prepared to help in any way we could. We do have some funds put away to help with the infrastructure. Depending on what the city decides to do down the road, we are in a position to hopefully help with operation if the city decides that's something they don't want to do. And I believe we've been able to operate a number of facilities successfully for the city through our club over the last 10, 15 years. Even last summer, we put $20,000 into Rotary Fields. And our club has always maintained about $500,000 for a capital expenditure there. In the end, we have about 1,100 players in our outdoor season, and 1,200 to 1,400 during 1,200 to 1,400 during outdoor, 1,100 during indoor, based on current restrictions. We think that the city admin's done a good job looking at the dome structure. In fact, Edmonton's looking at putting a second dome in Edmonton for an indoor facility. The indoor facility that the city is considering is great because it can be used in a number of combinations, not just for soccer, but for other sports that are out there as well. I think everybody's aware of the need, and we are very appreciative that this long journey seems to be coming to an end. And we wanted to say thank you, and if you had any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Thanks, Mr. Van Tassel. I'll recognize Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. My question is to Derek or your, sorry, I didn't catch your name. David. How many members does your club have?
It fluctuates between indoor and outdoor. When it comes to the indoor and outdoor season, these are just minor numbers.
This is our adult
yeah.
and youth.
Yeah, it doesn't include 1,100, but we also have a Beaver Lodge organization too that would be able to use these facilities as well. So we have about 1,100 players, but then also the membership parents as well are members.
And you've turned away how many players? Just one more. How many players have you turned away over the last 4 or 5 years?
Well, in the last indoor season, it was about 200. We have our indoor season is broken into 2 sections. So last indoor, so the 2024, 2025 seasons have been about 200. The year prior, I think, was similar. When the Johnny Mack Arena was there, obviously, we had another facility that could take those individuals. And we also used to practice a lot more. So one of the things that we haven't mentioned is that, our competitive teams practice much less than they used to, and that's also a facility issue.
Okay, I'll get back in the queue later. Thank you.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. No, my question had to do with the numbers. In regards to when you came in 2023, you were somewhere around 300 plus kids that weren't able to play. And so do you think that those numbers are higher and just people know? Kids outside of sport essentially is what I'm looking to, and that's more anecdotal, but you would hear it in your field.
A couple of reasons we have. The first one is we modified our programming. So practice, instead of being 1 hour long, now they're 40 minutes long, right? So they can fit more players. Sharing the field, so we have more players at a time, but also kids age out, right? So by the time they get to 13 years old, they become U15s, and we don't have program for them because of the facility. We prioritize soccer tots U4 all the way to U13, and then from there it becomes competitive. So
okay. Yeah, I assumed that numbers should be higher. Yeah.
Yeah, so part of it is, I think the word is getting around. We have lost kids to individual sports. We have lost older kids to basketball and volleyball just because they're not getting to play as much. And at the older age groups now, and it's starting to affect the senior leagues, so the adult leagues, there's just not as good of a time available. And we're starting to see people are just starting to drop out. Not because they don't like soccer,
right,
but because it's just getting more difficult to get playing time.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Mind coming? I'll come back to you. Okay. Thanks for that, Councillor Bressy.
Great. Well, thank you for coming in, gentlemen, and thanks for all the time you do put into kids. I know my family personally benefits from that, so I really do see the impact your club's having. So thank you for all that. And for me, it's not, do we need a field? We absolutely do. It's what exactly does it look like? My question is about size of it. So when you first approached us, we weren't talking about full-size FIFA 11-on-11 wasn't necessarily the need. Did talk about, hey, smaller fields would work, different form factors of that field would work. I'm just wondering if anything's changed and about the need for a full-size FIFA 11 versus other smaller forms.
So the FIFA-sized field is a range in and of itself. And I think one of the big cautionary tales to building too small is the crosslink. I know the county had its best heart when they built that, but the reality is that was built too small. And that's part of the reason we have the crunch we do today. So if you have the space, I would think you would err on the side of caution because it's not going to cost that much more to build it a little bigger, but you're going to get way more use out of it for all the various user groups.
Sure. I guess that's if you have the space. And bluntly, what I'm weighing is, do I support a super large field out in Trader Ridge, or do I support a smaller field in Avondale? It's not if I support a field, it's do I support a smaller one ideally located or a larger one not as ideally located? So I guess make the pitch for me of why should I be supporting a super large field and that full-size FIFA instead of a smaller field?
The full-size one you're putting at Trader Ridge, which likely from an aesthetic purpose will look better than a smaller-sized field in Avondale. So aesthetically, I think you would want to go bigger. Second, you want to get best bang for your buck. If you build smaller and still find you're going to still probably need additional multi-rec facilities, whether it's a court building or a swimming pool. And if you put the soccer dome, the bigger item, out by Trader Ridge, you then open up Avondale for potentially a building that could go there that would fit more better, such as a court system for basketball and volleyball, or potentially swimming down the road. But we're only going to get a chance, or rather you're only going to get a chance to do this once. So I think skimping on size might be a mistake if you have a space designated for a bigger building.
Sure. And I guess kind of what I'm asking you is, as our soccer experts in terms of provincial competition, et cetera, what kind of tournaments, what kind of events can we get if we build a full-size FIFA that we won't be able to get if we do have a smaller field?
If Crosslink had been a full-size FIFA, we could have provincials here.
Okay.
You can probably answer that one better, right?
Yeah, so it comes down to what age groups you want to host, right? So provincials for indoor, nobody plays 11v11 provincials indoor in Canada, right? Only universities and colleges use it for that. Indoor, we manage the 7v7 and 9v9 format.
Okay.
So if you shrink that 11v11, that is going to fit less 7v7 fields, right? So instead of breaking it into 4 7v7s, now you might have to only break it into 2 or 3 if you manage the space properly. We based those numbers on the Scottish Dome in Edmonton. So they have that 11v11 right in the middle of the field, and then 3 thirds 9v9s and 7v7s. So if you take, we're talking about 135,000 square feet. If you're talking 115,000 square feet, then I think it's still possible to have somewhat of similar programming running with potentially 3 9v9s, maybe smaller 7v7 fields. Like Derek said, there's a range that it's allowed, right? So it could be, this number is not exact, but it could be anywhere between 45 and 55 meters is acceptable for width. So if you have to be on the shorter end, it's possible to make it work, but we have to stay within those boundaries. So if you make the facility smaller, then sacrificing 1 or 2 fields. So
and potentially provincials. We currently have that pitch 1, which is a boarded facility, but you're supposed to have 2. Minimum of 2 if you want to have provincials. So we can't really host a boarded soccer provincials, not that we want to because it's not as good anyway. But from the indoor perspective, if we want to host provincials at U9, U11, U13, U15, I think we need the bigger field.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate it.
Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I have 2 quite different questions. I'll start with the first one. One of the concerns that has been raised around this table is that the Trader Ridge site is significantly off current bus routes. And I'm wondering if being on a bus route has value to you, if that's something that would make or break a decision.
I think the reality is if you had public transport, obviously that's going to help some people. But that advantage is offset by this location being turned down and then going back to the drawing board. I would expect the vast majority of our families and other user groups' families could make it to Trader Ridge. You might have a few that would struggle, but that's already the case, and other families pitch in and bring them to the practices in any event. So, ideally, I guess you could take the bus out to there as well if you wanted, but I just worry, and I think I speak for the whole soccer community and the community in general for sports, that we've been talking about this for 4 years. So if you go back to the drawing board, you're still another couple years down the road, and that would be even more detrimental.
And then my second question, if I may, realizing that you're soccer experts, there will be other sports played in an indoor recreational facility, such as indoor baseball or ultimate frisbee, and I'm wondering what kind of floor space those types of sports might need. if you have any idea at all. And if you don't, it's okay.
If you don't, we can save those questions for administration.
Yeah, I think first, thank you for calling us soccer experts. You've never seen me play, obviously. But I mean, it's easy enough to look at the crosslink. They have cricket goes in there, baseball goes in there, and that facility is much smaller. And you're going to need other user groups throughout the course of the day and evening in any event to get a proper utilization rate. But most of those groups, rugby, all of them can play in this proposed type of field. Football, rugby, cricket, ultimate frisbee.
Even volleyball, you have pop-up nets, right?
Yeah.
Court sports are the only ones that will be.
Yeah. You're not playing basketball in that facility, but everything else you pretty much can that's of an outdoor nature.
That's good. Thanks.
Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. My question revolves around, would we be able to, with a FIBA-sized facility, attract Canada events to come here and compete? And please pull a mic closer to you when you speak.
I think David should answer that since he's the college coach for the community as well.
You mentioned Canada, national. Oh, of course. We hosted provincials at the college level just this past outdoor season. We were lucky that the weather was nice enough, but the league is moving only to dome facility for provincials going forward. They did that in 2023, and they, when you move to from soccer, when you're playing on -15, it becomes a different sport altogether. Usually the players that are born and raised in Canada typically have the advantage. You take a little bit of soccer away. So yes, absolutely, having something like that would allow us to host big events. And that college level is always 11v11. It's not 77, 99.
So you're talking ACAC?
Talking ACAC. There's another example. 2019, I believe it was, Team Mexico was playing against Team Canada in Edmonton in qualifiers for the World Cup. And they requested the Scottish if they could practice at their facility because, there's this much snow and it was -10. Scottish, of course, they're very Canadian. They said, sorry, Mexico, you can't practice there, right? But having something like that, an hour and a half away in 45-minute plane, it's, the World Cup is coming up. There's going to be, let's say there's fires or something like that. Teams need to practice. There's facility space. We could host.
And think about football as well, high school football. You'll see all the Charles Spencer, St. Joe's freezing their butts off over by Eastlink, so something like this would benefit them as well, I would expect, from a provincial level too.
And I've heard that weather and smoke and rain can cancel events. Has that been an issue in the past for you and when you run a tournament?
Yeah, it seems to be becoming more and more common, right? The last 2 years have been cancellation after cancellation, not only here, but in Edmonton. So having something like that in the summertime, it'll be busy as well, for sure.
Any air quality over a 7 rating is a requirement that we cancel our events, and that's happened a fair bit in the last couple of years.
Thunderstorm, anything like that.
I'll get back in the queue. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Thanks for coming in, gentlemen. I have 2 questions that I have down here. Hopefully, they're pretty easy to answer. Mr. Van Tassel, you said that the football club has funds that they could contribute to the soccer dome. Can you speak to a bit of those funds, like how much maybe they are, if you can? Or
well, what I can speak to is we've had an endowment fund for probably 20 years where a certain amount of money is allocated from every player to a capital account, which is only to be used for infrastructure type of projects. So we've been saving for some time on this. And we have, I think, mentioned to the city before that we'd be prepared to contribute a certain amount. We'd have to have a vote through our club, but we currently in our bank account have about $500,000, I believe. I'm not saying that would all be available, but there is an expectation that if you build it, we have to do some lifting as well. In whatever fashion that looks like, monetary or operational.
Okay, yeah, it sounds like a potential discussion for later. My other question for you is in regards to outdoor field space. So we know that we're turning kids away for indoor field time. Are we turning away kids for outdoor field time? And if we build a dome like this, what's that do for outdoor field time? Is it going to expand and grow the sport there, or will most of the soccer players go over to the new dome?
So the main reason why we are not exploding season after season is because we're limited to how much we can grow, right? So we're confident that we would like to offer good programming, not just, we're moving away from coaches that are not experienced. We want to make sure we provide the best to our kids. So the problem we have is in indoor, we're not able to train and accept as many coaches. So come outdoor, we have the opportunity to expand, but we're not going to expand it to the point where we're offering low quality programming with not certified coaches, not screened coaches. So that's the main issue that we have in terms of growth. Having a dome will allow us to expand, consistently train our coaches, keep them busy throughout the season, and then come outdoor season when there's the most popular soccer season, then we'll be able to welcome more players as well.
We're optimistic that if 200 kids that get turned away from soccer can actually play soccer in indoor, it's natural they will also play soccer in outdoor, because otherwise they're going to drop sports altogether, go to individual sports. I don't know how many of them can shift to other indoor sports, but kids want to play it year round. So if they're told no in indoor, you probably lose those kids and a sizable portion of them to sports going forward.
So they wouldn't play outdoor?
Well, I think they'd find something else to do with their time, whether it's video games or whatever. But if they get the chance to play it in indoor and like it, they'll definitely play outdoor, because outdoor is cheaper too. And the city does have good facilities for outdoor. Rotary's good, Gateway. I mean, they've done well on that front. But the kids need the opportunity to know that if they put that effort in for outdoor, they can play indoor too.
Not to mention that our outdoor season is 10 weeks long, and our indoor is 5 months long, right? So,
okay, thanks.
Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. A comment and then a question around bus routes. I think the reason that there is no transit out there is because there's nothing there, so there's no demand. But I suspect that once we put a dome out there, potentially, then we can add a bus route, because then it would make sense, but currently it doesn't. So my question, gentlemen, is around sport tourism and economic development. And I know the question was brushed upon, but I guess I'll ask it in a more direct way. We just heard a report about a volleyball tournament that brought a number of teams to town, and that spurs economic development in our hotels and restaurants. So I guess by extension, how often do you guys go on the road for tournaments? But how many tournaments is it possible, or do you foresee, that we would bring into the city that we're currently not seeing?
Well, from an indoor perspective, almost all of our high-performance teams are going to Edmonton probably at least 4 to 6 weekends over the course of the indoor season. We did have Fort St. John come up here recently for provincial playdowns. If we had an indoor facility, all of a sudden now we can bring in Dawson, Peace River, Fort St. John, who would come here. The Edmonton teams have started coming up, a few select ones for outdoor for one weekend, which has helped offset our travel costs and gets them to come here. We would expect that would increase. It would also allow us to do various academies throughout the winter season, which are done in Edmonton all the time, which we have, you can bring people up for Christmas. So in Edmonton, they have a Polar Cup that's packed, but it's really the only tournament at the time. So if we had the facility, would it be as busy as volleyball? We don't know that, but we'd definitely be able to bring teams from northern Alberta and probably central Alberta here on a more regular basis. And provincials would become something we could likely do quite often, because they have a shortage of municipalities declaring for provincials, because a lot don't have the facilities for indoor.
So by extension, then, it would actually work more ways than I anticipated. It would cut down on your travel costs and your expenses, but you could also see greater revenue from it outside of, the city overall benefiting from sport tourism.
That's right.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming here. I got a couple questions I want to ask. Summer use and winter use, would the numbers be similar? And how many days would you expect to run the soccer and give up the facility to other sports?
Well, I think you have to have some sharing, but I can say that, men's and ladies leagues used to run probably 1 day more per week. High performance teams used to run probably 1 to 2 days more per week at longer time frames. But we have time for drop-in, and we would have to coordinate with other groups. But of course, there should be time, because with the bigger facility, instead of having one pitch one, you actually have 3 or 4 because of how you can divide it. There's no saying that you have to have all 4 smaller pitches or 3 smaller pitches being used by soccer at one time. You could allocate it 2 for soccer, 1 for football, 1 for, I don't know what baseball would require, but rugby, cricket. You'd be opening yourself up to a higher utilization rate.
So a bunch of us were in Edmonton. We went to the Scottish facility, and they had it broke down into a big, split it in half, and then you had your 4. And we were there the one day that Calgary come up to play a game, and it was a full-size game. But the other question is, as adults, would you be using the winter sport, this in the winter as well as the summer? And how many adults do you have, if you don't mind just giving us a number? Doesn't have to be accurate, but just...
We're actually surprisingly more popular for adults during the indoor season than outdoor. Part of it is because it's summertime, it's nice outside. I don't want to get hurt, and I want to just enjoy the summer. But also it's more friendly, right, for our ladies and adult league players. They don't want to be exposed to the cold or potholes in the middle of their Rotary fields. So if anything, I think it would increase our membership for adults playing during the summer, because it's a consistently available facility that they're not risking, weather delays, injuries, that sort of thing. So we have roughly 320, I believe, adults between ladies and men. And then that number goes down during the outdoor season for reasons that I mentioned. It's golfing season, they try different things.
And outdoor is 11v11. So one of the advantages for indoor is, we'd be able to put multiple games on at a time, which would probably increase membership. David does a good job setting up the Red Eye tournament every year, where we bring teams in from other locations, and an extra pitch would allow us to probably market that better and play more games. And then, of course, this is just the soccer experience. So once again, this is a multi-rec facility. Football and all these other organizations that maybe haven't had the chance to be involved yet would share similar stories. Like, we should be able to get the community more engaged in numerous different activities with this.
I got more questions, but I'll open the queue. Thank you.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. Thank you, David and Derek, for your comments, because, I'm in agreement with practically everything you're saying. But I do feel I have to ask one question that you may know about, and I admit now I will ask this same question to them. Through the dome fields that you've experienced, going to Edmonton or wherever, has there been any comments, or anecdotal or not, about negative issues with a dome?
Not so much the dome, but the surrounding facilities. So, for example, in Scottish, they've got a little cafeteria there with some crappy washrooms and change rooms. And I noticed that the city here seems to be suggesting they would do lockers, showers, things like that would be much nicer than they probably have at the dome. The dome, the only complaint we really see is there's not a lot of room along the sidelines, and there's not a lot of room for bleacher space. And that's just a function of, how big can you make it? They do have a running track in the Scottish as well, but no, the complaints have related to parking. They've related to their ancillary structures with the cafeteria and the washrooms. But most people seem happy to be playing in the dome, and I think the best indicator of its success for sports is the fact that they're looking at doing another one rather than moving towards a traditional building structure.
True. I'm in agreement with that. I have been in 2 different communities where the hockey rink wasn't quite big enough and the pool wasn't quite big enough. And like you said, both regret it incredibly, because they can't go to that next step. They can't bring in sport tourism or provincials or, night tournaments, whatever. But thank you.
Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I've heard comments that you're interested in operating the facility. Why is that? And how do you think you can do it managing 2 sites, if that is even an option?
Right. And I think that's for a conversation down the road, but we believe that we're one of the few not-for-profits that has been around for a long time. We really haven't asked the city for much. We've been able to manage the facilities that the city has given us, whether they're indoor and outdoor. We actually have full-time staff, and it really would just be an extension of what we're already doing now from operating Pitch 1, Rotary, and other things. Now, would you have to have some requirements that if we operated it, that other user groups are put in place? Absolutely. There should probably be some drop-in times that other groups have set aside for them, because it's going to be a community facility, no matter who manages it. But we do believe we have the track record to operate this facility, because it's really like Pitch 1. It's just bigger.
Okay. And second question?
I have others. Can
I come back?
Fourth time? Perfect. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I might actually be asking Mike's second question right now, because I had wrote it down to ask about operations as well. So I know there's discussions still to be had further down the road, but where does the Swan City Football Club see itself on the chance that, let's say, the city of Grande Prairie decides to operate this facility? How do you see your role inside the dome?
Well, I think our role would be to ensure our membership gets the maximum playing time available, to ensure the facility is utilized properly, to step up and provide volunteers if the city needs it for various functions, and to contribute if we need to provide any soccer-related equipment. I mean, in the end, the city has to do what's best for it in the community, and if that's the city managing it, so be it. But obviously, we'd still be ecstatic to have a facility and be happy to work with the city in providing support where we can. And, you know, we do have a big volunteer base. We've been working on fundraising. We've got lots of businesses supporting us, lots of kids volunteering. A lot of our kids are already volunteering for Power Soccer and coaching grassroots. But yeah, I mean, if the city decides they want to manage it, by all means, we're still there to support you. We're thankful for the opportunity to play in potentially a beautiful new facility with all the other user groups.
Awesome. Happy to hear that answer and the answer to Councillor O'Connor's question before.
Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I know another consideration of, of getting an indoor facility definitely is we're seeing more smokeouts in the summer. And my experience, definitely, you go to Edmonton for an outdoor tournament, you get smoked out, and all the parents scramble to get the indoor facilities, and you end up playing casual play in Edmonton because you can't do competitive play. But I'm not sure if you end up doing competitive play just because it's the parents scrambling, I'm sure is the main reason. But do you know if Edmonton and other communities, if they're allowing competitive play in these indoor facilities when we're getting those smokeout days?
It depends on the playing format, but yes. So U13 and below, they still play 9v9, so that wouldn't affect their playing format from outdoor to indoor. It'll be the same playing format, right? So U15 and U17s, now they have to play 11v11 in outdoor. So you only have one facility in Edmonton that can handle that.
Yeah, and sorry, I guess more what I'm asking is I've seen different sports do different things even indoors, because you do get lower indoor quality as well. And I'm wondering if you'd have any idea from a soccer perspective, if these facilities are managing to have clean enough air on those smokeout days that the sanctioning bodies are still allowing competitive play to go on those smokeout days.
Yes, we've played in the indoor facilities during the smokeout days. Other things they will sometime do is say, if we play 2 games on a weekend, they'll load us up on a different weekend. So all of a sudden we're playing 4 games outdoors, which isn't as good from a injury perspective. But they do try to have some of the competitive games moved indoors and proceeding. But because there's so many teams playing over the weekends, they can't decide if they're going to help Grande Prairie or Red Deer or the Edmonton or Calgary teams. It's kind of a hit or miss thing on if air quality is too bad.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor O'Connor.
Number 4. Okay, thank you, Mayor Clayton. Now, I don't see it in the plans right now, and I don't think they're planned to. Do you see a benefit, because there's nothing around in the north part? Do you see operating the concession and having at least a tuck shop, so people, if you're having a tournament, do you see that having a value? And would you be able to contribute to that if you so choose? Didn't mean to put you on the spot, sorry.
Well, I think a lot of the facilities in Edmonton, for example, Victoria Soccer have a lounge area / concession area. So I would think that would be easy enough to manage. Depending on how the building design is, you might want to have a sports shop. I believe the one in Sherwood Park has an actual area where you can get some gear. But I think the priority would probably be the cafeteria. But we'd be open to all things. I guess it depends on what the eventual build looks like. But most of the clubs in Edmonton, the local clubs actually provide the volunteers or staff to do the concessions.
Yes, I think the Scotch Dome has one. I saw it there when I was visited a couple of years ago.
And I would just say that I would suggest that there actually is a fair amount of food and retail in close proximity in Trader Ridge. So there's that.
They would probably like that food better.
Yeah. Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much. Councillor O'Connor took my questions, but one of the questions is how important is it for food and beverages at that facility?
Well, if you want to put in perspective right now, pitch one, there is nothing there. So, really it's not the utmost important. I think having dressing rooms and things like that would be of far more importance, but it is a nice option to have. But those businesses near Trader Ridge, they'll see a benefit. Those fast food places will be, when we have tournaments and everything there, those people probably visit those businesses a lot more.
Yeah. But there's no food or drink on the pitch because eventually they would just, it would get wrecked. So any of the user groups would have to make sure, outside of water, you're not bringing anything onto the actual pitch.
And we're not there yet, but what hours of operation would be ideal?
As long as it's booked.
As long as,
whatever user groups are willing to use. I know we were just in Victoria Club. I know the senior leagues practice at 7 a.m. there. I would think this facility would probably have to move more towards the hockey type of hours. If you have enough user groups, probably should be using it at 7 a.m. till 10 at night, or maybe even 11. You do get some pushback in the past when we've had senior leagues playing at 10 p.m., but there might be less pushback if they're actually playing on something that's quite nice and they realize that we need to have those utilization rates. But you could have all the different senior leagues for all the different sports picking up later shifts if that's something that's needed.
Can I ask one more question, then I'll be out of the...
Sure.
Question I had was, now I was thinking of it. Is there a need for a meeting room or coach's room or anything like that, first aid room?
I would say there's a big need for that, yes. Just today I was scrambling to find space for our female for her program. Coach Jess, she's the female lead for the program, and she's running classroom sessions with all of our players, all our female teams. And we're bouncing around between Eastlink, we're bouncing around between the Sign Work Center, the Crosslink. So if we could have just a meeting room, it could be used for a number of different things, absolutely.
And if outfitted properly, you could probably have all the user groups have their board meetings there. I mean, you would get that utilized 24/7 if there's 10 user groups. All of them have to have monthly meetings. Like, why wouldn't you have that set up there? But obviously that would be a secondary goal. A primary goal is just making sure we have hopefully the FIFA pitch that's available for the entire community.
Well,
Sorry, go ahead.
we're a little ways from that part of the design. The building's going to go up first, and then we've got to work on something else. But it's nice to hear your requests.
Mm-hmm. Not to mention that when you host a tournament, you always want to have an officials room, representatives room, right? Something that you can welcome people into.
Yep. Well, thank you. That's all my questions.
Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. For me, it's very valuable to have your group come in and talk to us and tell us what's important to you and what works and what doesn't work in the world of turf sport. I haven't played turf sport for a few years, probably since I was about 15. So it's important that we hear from you, and I personally thank you for your patience and your equilibrium when you come and talk to us, because I know that it's been frustrating for you as it has been for us to try and come up with a solution to this problem. So I don't have a question for you. I just want to say thank you for your input and the time that you've given us. And we look forward to putting you on a turf surface sometime in the next 12 to 18 months. How's that?
That's amazing.
I just had a question for you in regards to usage. So currently, what is your utilization rate of the Crosslink or the JDA facility?
You changed the name now?
Yeah.
Okay. So we requested, I believe, 35 to 40 hours per week. We got a total of 17 hours and a half of full pitch. So
knowing that this facility is going to be a multi-sport facility, do you still see yourself utilizing the JDA facility, or will soccer only happen in the city?
Well, it depends on the reality of how much pitch time we get access to, right? The goal is to use both facilities. I don't think it's gonna solve a lot of problems. I do believe that if we're gonna get out of schools, if we're gonna get out of the Eastlink, we might not be able to get out of the JDA facility just yet. So I think there's a big chance we'll still use it.
Yeah, knowing that all sport groups want prime time usage, right? Everybody wants that 5 to 7 p.m., 4 to 6, whatever it is, and that young children shouldn't be playing too late in the evening, and adults typically do. And knowing that there's significant demands on all of facilities, adding this significantly large facility will create more space. We like to have good utilization of not only our facilities, but in our collaboration with our municipal partners, we want to make sure that their facility is still utilized as well. So I'm just curious, like, you're speaking strictly from soccer, and obviously there's baseball and football and all these other sports that will take usage time. But knowing the demand on facilities and knowing other sports, do you expect that you would still utilize the county facility as well?
Yes, I think it's fair to say that we would primarily use our grassroots for the city, which would be exciting to see 100 plus kids running around on one of those fields. Our high performance teams, which there's quite a few of, those parents are somewhat more affluent, so they would have no problems using the county facility. I think it's clear that both will still need to be used. But like David said, we're already short with hours at the county. And then how many hours do we use gyms right now? Any idea?
We could only get about 15 hours, I believe.
Knowing that you've cut your practice times down and all that. So that was the answer I was hoping for, but thank you for that. And as my colleagues have said, thank you for being here. Thank you for taking all of our questions. And we will now go to another delegation. We have a couple of public hearings, and then we'll deal with delegation business at the end.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for having us.
All right, so moving on in our agenda, item 13.2, our second delegation for this evening, Mr. Scott Pravitz. I didn't see you back there. Welcome. Come on up. Once you're situated, if you could please introduce yourself for those who might be watching from home, and take 5 minutes to address council.
Hello, Scott Pravitz, Prudential Lands. I know most of you, and I think most of you know who I am, so thank you for allowing me to come here today and chat a little bit about this facility. I did bring a map to kind of explain, if I don't know if that,
come up.
Or you can go to Schedule A on the report, either way.
There we go.
Okay. So, as I said before, I'm a land developer in Grande Prairie, and we own the land directly adjacent to this proposed site. I was approached by city administration to kind of give our opinion, and they were really good about keeping us in the loop about all the different sites and options, and I know the city's done their due diligence on this, so I as you can see, we're building homes in Arbor Hills. Even though I think we'll obviously benefit from a facility like this in the area, there's also the possibility that it would be a deterrence, because at some point when you get up to that northeast corner of our quarter section, we will be building homes that back directly onto this facility. So it could be good for us. It might not be good. We'll see. But I do think the benefits outweigh the negatives on this site. Even for us, for that whole area, economically, I think it's a good site. I did look at some of the other sites that were being proposed. There's about 3 or 4 of those developments that we did. So I'm very familiar with all those pieces of property. And I really think this is a good site. So I guess I'm here just to support it. And as from a neighbor, if there are any questions, I'm here to answer them.
All right. Well, thanks, Mr. Pravitz. I have a couple of people in the queue. Recognizing Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Thanks for coming in and sharing your 2 cents. Really appreciate it as somebody who really would be impacted by this. I am curious, so the current outline plan calls for 139th Avenue to go into Arbor Hills so that you've got a north entrance to the neighborhood. If the stone gets built, is that a connection that you would hope to see is kept or is taken out of the outline plan?
I would probably prefer that it be taken out. Okay. I think I think pedestrian like access and connectivity for sure, but we get a lot of feedback of just less cars, less traffic, better for residents. And they would still, depending on how that, I don't know, the road that's directly to the north, would that be
140th?
140th. If that goes through, then you would still we will have access north into the county from that street. Actually, I don't even know if that street. I think it goes around. So we will still have access to the north. We just won't have it directly into Trader Ridge.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Blackmore.
My question was on the same road. So you wouldn't, I guess you don't know because you can't really see that well into the future, but you wouldn't consider dropping it down further south and across, bending the road around the site, so to speak?
Yeah, I think that could possibly be there, but again, we get a lot of feedback of not wanting traffic
going through your neighborhood. Yeah, I understand that. Okay.
So again, we would be open for the discussion and looking at it.
Yeah, and at this point in time, I don't think it's come up really. It's as your development grows, and if that becomes important, I guess you'd come back to us at that time.
That's right.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I just have one quick question in regards to building shadow on that potential piece that you're talking about. Mm-hmm. Would you change the dynamics of what you put there, perhaps, once you know how far that shadow reaches, or maybe you have a preliminary drawing on what that might look like? I don't know.
From a shadows perspective, we've thought about that, and we thought about that when we looked at it. I think from what staff and city staff and administration has been open to is trying to push that building as far to the east on that property, so you have maybe more parking between homes and facility, so less. But I don't know. I mean, unless you would, I think in winter months it would probably be worse, and the summer would be different. So I don't know how to measure that.
Right.
And so I guess until that building's up, you won't know.
Is your group or development groups willing to maybe change things like put a parking lot in that corner or putting a park or something different outside of a home? This might give you some time to, distinguish if there could be changes, and hopefully who you're working for is open to that.
I don't want to answer that.
Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. This is more a question for administration, but again, because I'm not living this every day, I do understand that there will have some design changes on behalf of Prudential Lands. Is this something, because we're impacting a business such as this, that when he goes to apply for the changes, if we have some leeway in application fees or anything like that?
That will be an administration question, and we'll get to those later.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that will be taken care of. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Pravitz. I see no one else in the queue with questions. Appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
All right, so that is all for delegations this evening that let us know ahead of time. There is no unfinished business. We're going to move in to, I apologize, mine hasn't updated. We have one other item before I move on. Yep, no, I have that. I thought you were showing me something different. So moving on to public hearing, item 15.1, the Royal Oaks North Outline Plan, Bylaw C-1482. I'm going to pause, give Councillor Platt a moment to get back in here. Welcome back. All right, no worries. So we've moved on to public hearings. The first item of today's business is item 15.1, the Royal Oaks North Outline Plan, Bylaw C-1482, and Land Use Bylaw Amendment. I'm going to call this public hearing to order. I look for an introduction from administration, and I'll turn this one over to, where are we? Ms. Patil for introduction.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. The city has received an application to amend the land use bylaw and the outline plan in the Royal Oaks neighborhood. The subject property is a 4.61 hectares of undeveloped land located in the Royal Oaks neighborhood, surrounded by low-density residential and some undeveloped lands. The subject land is currently designated as partly RG and partly RC in the Royal Oaks North Outline Plan adopted in 2007. The purpose of the RC district is to provide for low to medium density residential development by allowing dwellings up to 12 units. And the RG district provides for single detached dwellings with minimum lot width of 10.4 meters in subdivisions with lane and 12.2 meters in subdivisions without a lane and semi-detached dwellings. Applicant has applied to rezone the subject land from RG and RC to small lot residential district. The RS district provides for single detached dwellings with a minimum lot width of 10.4 meters in subdivisions with a lane and 11 meters in subdivisions without a lane, duplexes and semi-detached dwellings. The tentative lotting plan for the proposed amendment, as shown on the slide, maintains the character of the existing low-density residential neighborhood. The proposed lotting improves the layout by reducing cul-de-sacs, which helps with better connectivity and accessibility. The proposed development still follows the goals of the outline plan by ensuring compatibility with surrounding land uses. In the land use bylaw, subject land is designated as UR, Urban Reserve. The purpose of the UR district is to protect land from premature subdivision and development. The proposed amendment will rezone the subject land to small lot residential district, which is compatible with the surrounding low-density residential uses as shown on the slide. The municipal development plan encourages the development of small lot residential communities. There are various policies in the MDP that promote mix of housing choices and compact urban development. Also, MDP Policy 15.7 requires to convert all existing OPs to statutory plans. The Royal Oaks North Outline Plan is being presented in its entirety to convert the existing plan adopted by resolution in 2007 to be adopted as a bylaw. The proposal was reviewed by relevant departments including development engineering, fire, etc., and are supportive of this amendment. Notices were mailed to the adjacent property owners within 60-meter radius of the subject property. 2 notices of rezoning signs were also placed on the subject property as per the requirement of the land use bylaw. Administration concludes that the proposed amendments are consistent with the intent of the municipal development plan and are also consistent with the adjacent land uses in the neighborhood. Based on this background and analysis, administration recommends that council give bylaw C-1482 and bylaw C-1260 195 3 readings. And for the compliance with the MDP, administration also recommends that council rescind the outline plan OP-0703 to be replaced by the bylaw C-1482. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Patil, for your presentation. I will now open it up for questions from Council for Administration. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Thanks for the presentation, Ms. Patel. I'm liking what I see here with these changes. Just a question, when I was looking at the map between the existing OP and the proposed OP, is this the same amount of houses, or is this going to increase density or lessen the density of the area? To me, it looks like it's going to increase the density, but...
Ms. Patel?
So the overall population of the thank you, Mayor Clayton. So the overall population of the neighborhood is not increasing, but the low density houses will increase, but the population remains the same.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Patel.
All right, I see no one else in the queue with questions for administration, so I'm going to move on to the presentation and submission portion of this public hearing, and I'll ask if there's anyone here to speak in support of this submission. Welcome, gentlemen. Once you get situated, please introduce yourselves for those who might be watching online.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton, Council. I'm Scott Rossler with Helix Engineering, and with me is Scott Pravitz, who you've already met for a different issue tonight. So thank you for accepting the application. Just wanted to run through a few things, I guess, and answer any questions if need be. There was a letter submitted with several concerns regarding the development. So from our perspective, this is a response to, and why we applied is to create a little bit more efficient neighborhood. What was there before was a cul-de-sac, kind of a awkward little corner. We amended from actually the plan that we're going to today a long time ago. But this gets rid of a lot of congestion and parking issues, and as the letter stated, cul-de-sacs and things like that are not ideal for many situations such as snow removal and things like that. So it was intended originally for a kind of a gated type community. That's not going to happen now. So back to the drawing board here. So just to address a few of the concerns that were raised, I think there was some on social media and also in the letter that was submitted, but primarily similar. Most of them, or some of them, were related to the small lot residential zoning. So I think Ms. Patel outlined a lot of the differences there, but primarily for us going to an RS district versus the RC that exists there today, that in theory would be reducing the density within the district we're proposing. The highest density use would be a semi-detached unit, which currently is not planned for that area. Under the RC district, we can, the allowable would be up to, I can't remember if it's 10 or 12, but 10 row housing units. So quite a bit more density and parking congestion and whatnot in that type of scenario. So there's been a lot of neighborhoods developed with this zoning. So I know there was some confusion, it sounded like, as far as what type of development would be here. So the RS district, I think everybody here is aware, but just for any of the public, the RS district is in many neighborhoods in the city of Grande Prairie. So some prominent ones that everyone would be aware of. That's the same district as Pinnacle Ridge, Pinnacle West, O'Brien Lake, and also Royal Oaks. So the entire quarter section of Royal Oaks was developed under the RS district. So I don't really have any concerns with the district as it is. There were some questions around driveways and whether there would be driveways. I think there was a lot of comments, kind of misinformed, I guess, stating that there wouldn't be driveways. The only way you can not have a driveway in an RS district is if you have a lane. There's no lanes proposed. It's in the plan. So every single lot would have its own driveway. So and in order to change that, we would have to come back here with an amendment to add lanes. So around tied to the parking, I guess that's the same sort of idea. City parking requirement for single family homes is 2 stalls per unit, because every unit will have a driveway. And currently, there's no reason to think that there wouldn't be garages on every unit. So there are excited developers here nodding his head saying yes. so I believe it's a covenant actually in the neighborhood. So there would be double the parking provided as to what the City of Grande Prairie bylaw requires. So there's also some concerns around rentals and that there were rentals. Unfortunately, none of us can control that, so that's not a city council issue, nor is it a development issue. If someone chooses to rent their house out, we don't have a lot of say in that. So Just a little bit about Prudential Lands. They're an established City of Grande Prairie developer. Everybody at council is familiar with them. A lot of the public maybe doesn't know that much about them, but they've built the original Royal Oaks neighborhood. They've built the Royal Oaks North neighborhood, and they're also the developer of Arbor Hills. So it's definitely not in their best interest to encourage a low-grade neighborhood. They've got a lot of land to develop, and it only makes sense that they would continue that. So, the development that exists out there now, or that is being proposed, is in compliance with all the existing planning documents. So the area structure plan that exists just shows residential in that neighborhood. So of all of the residential zonings that are available to us, this is one of the lowest density. There's only one zoning that would be lower density than this. So primary change in this is to the RS from RC. So this moves us away from a lot of the type of contemplated concerns that were addressed in the letter. So and I did review some online comments, but so I don't really see any concerns. And if anyone does have any questions, we'd be happy to answer. I don't know if Scott wants to add anything or.
No, that's everything that you said is 100% correct. They will all be front attached garage homes with a driveway. To be honest, it won't look any different than the existing Royal Oaks now.
Thanks for that. Councillor Blackmore.
Ms. Patel mentioned that because you're moving to a slightly lower density, the population of that particular neighborhood is not going to go up or down. It's going to be the same. Can you confirm that for me?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Blackmore. So the density going up or down is a little bit subjective because if I'm a little bit gauging this based on experience, but because it's such a more efficient layout, because there's no cul-de-sacs are super inefficient. So you get a cul-de-sac, you might get 8 lots, and you might get 10 with a road that runs through it. So the densities and populations that we calculate are based on land uses. So we have a number of people per unit and a number of units within the zoning. So based on that, the calculation is yes. In theory, the population will be the same. I guarantee you it won't. It'll be up or down. But it's, we're using 3.2 people per house. So, that's probably not right either. but
I think I have half a person in my house right now. So you have 2 on the northwest corner. You have 2 pie-shaped lots there. Are those going to be residents, or are you going to put a park or something in there?
No, all the parks currently are planned out as part of the outline plan. So the 10% municipal reserve is already dedicated. So northwest corner, no, there's no park. There's a park in the mix, but it's directly east of this neighborhood. So, or of the area we're rezoning. So.
Okay. I would just never buy those 2 lots myself.
Just to confirm, thanks for being here. As a qualified professional engineer, you are telling us traffic flow will be better. This is a better for people who are living in the neighborhood and the properties, in the sense that the original drawings were more conducive to worse snow removal because there's cul-de-sacs and less flow of traffic. This will be the same approximately in regards to population. Every single house there is going to have a driveway, and this is the second to lowest density that the city actually allows. So in overall, this plan, in regards to density, traffic movement, livability, is a better plan, and it's why you're proposing it, correct?
Absolutely correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. I see no one else in the queue, so thank you for being here tonight, gentlemen. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
I'll ask a second time if there's anyone here to speak in support of this application. And I'll check online to see. We do have one person online, but I don't think she's here to speak to this public hearing. I'll ask a third time if there's anyone here to speak in support of this Royal Oaks North Outline Plan Bylaw C-1482 and Land Use Bylaw Amendment. Sorry? Okay, thank you. So seeing no one else, I will now ask if there's anybody here to speak in opposition of this application. If you are here to speak in opposition to this application, please come forward. I'll ask a second time if there's anyone here to speak in opposition to the Royal Oaks North Outline Plan Bylaw C-1482 and Land Use Bylaw Amendment. And I'll ask a third time if there's anyone here or online to speak in opposition. Seeing none.
I would like to.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that. Go ahead and just introduce yourself. If you could turn your camera on when you're ready.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Let me try and get that going. I can hear.
We can hear you. And now we can see you. Perfect. Welcome, and please introduce yourself.
My name is Megan Hill. I live right close to where this is being proposed. My concerns are actually with the school capacity, where it currently stands, and what this is going to do for our class sizes, and the safety of kind of the park area, and if there's any plans to make that safer, because with this plan, it extends past the park and kind of makes it all loop around, if that makes sense.
So I just want to clarify, the park you're referring to is the one just to the right of the RS zone. Is that the park? There's a small sort of internal park. Is that the one you're referring to?
Yeah.
And your question in regards to safety?
Yeah.
And if you could just clarify your question in regards to safety on that park.
Just the safety with the park. We already struggle with safety, people, cars, stuff like that within the park racing around there. If there's any plans to, I guess, more fencing and stuff like that, just because with adding into there, we're just creating more ways for vehicles to come into the neighborhood, right?
Yes, absolutely. More houses will mean more traffic. I guess I will ask Chief Lemieux or Chief Glavin in regards to any plans that would be there into fencing parks. We typically don't fence our public intermediary, like in the middle of neighborhood of park, but maybe one of you has some context that you could share.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. No, we typically don't fence the parks. I'm not aware of any specific issues in this area, and I understand from the delegate here that they're concerned about traffic increasing when this connects. We do have other parks similar to this. I'm not aware of any current issues with them. But there is no plan to do any additional fencing.
And then, sorry, Megan, could you tell me your first question again?
School capacity. So my kids go to Roy Bickle, and the population increase within the school has been significant. Our class sizes are larger, and I'm just concerned about what adding this on is going to do, I guess, to class sizes, learning for the kids, stuff like that.
Sure. So knowing that there's St. Catherine Royal Bickle in close proximity and then John Paul II, this development does not have another school zone for that area. So in regards to school capacity and future school sites, that's really within the hands of the school boards. We support the school boards through advocacy in getting new schools built, for example, but school capacity is really not a municipal responsibility, and I actually don't have a great answer for you in regards to classroom sizes. I'm happy, though, to have someone from our team share the appropriate contact with the public and or Catholic school district to share your concerns in regards to class sizes, if that helps you at all.
Yep, that would be awesome.
Okay. Thanks so much for coming tonight. Appreciate you. And I do have a couple councillors. They may have some questions. I'll recognize Councillor O'Connor first. Is it to the delegate, Councillor O'Connor, or can you wait? Okay, Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Thanks, Ms. Hill, for coming in and sharing your concerns with us. I appreciate it. I'm just trying to understand a little bit more your safety concerns with the park. Are you saying that your concern is that you're seeing people drive by and you're nervous about the traffic for kids, or are you seeing people drive to the park there, and then they're doing things we wouldn't want to see people doing at a park?
Both of the above, if that makes sense. That park, where it kind of sits right now, is not private, I guess, but kind of in a way, because there is nothing behind it. people kind of race in and out of there. There's people doing things there that they probably shouldn't be as well. So I'm just worried about the increase in traffic mostly, and for the kids, because there's a lot of kids that currently use that park, mine being some of them.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you sharing your concerns with us.
Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton, and thank you very much, Ms. Hill, for coming online here to voice your concerns. My question for you is in regards to this park space. Is there any, like, typically we put playground speed limit signs around our parks and playgrounds. Is there a sign posted at or around this park?
There is, but because of where the park sits, it's kind of in a weird location. I do believe where the sign sits is kind of on 105, and where the park kind of sits is further back a bit because it is in a cul-de-sac, if that makes sense. So it's not very well. There's not enough signage for it, I don't think, honestly. But
so you think we could maybe improve our sign visibility for the playground there? Do you think that might be helpful?
Yes and no. It's in a weird spot. I don't know if you've ever had a chance to see that park, but where it sits, the playground sits further back than the green space. And so you can't, if you're coming down the road, you can't see if kids are playing or anything like that. The amount of times balls have gotten thrown out into the roadway and where the signs are, I personally don't feel it's adequate, but.
Okay, thank you.
I was just going to add one thing in regards to the happenings in the park that are not conducive to a safe neighborhood. I would probably suggest that with more residential in the area, that the area becomes safer, because now there's more families, more activity, more people as part of the neighborhood, because currently right now there's a lot of undeveloped land, which makes it out of sight in regards to enforcement. And so with enforcement opportunities, with a larger residential, I would say that they're having more families and people living in the neighborhood could potentially, I say could, create a safer sort of environment in regards to there being more, we know that criminal activity is deterred when there's people around. And so if there's actually more of a neighborhood community feel in that, it may help with some of that. What you're regarding it to traffic safety is a different piece, and I think that as that's getting built out, I know that our transportation department will always looks to make neighborhoods safe in regards to speeding and making sure that signs are visible. So I appreciate you bringing all of this to our attention, and I'm just going to recognize Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. I do have a question for administration that might help with one of her comments. For administration, from what I understand, and I could be corrected if I'm wrong, but that property, that field that is east of Roy Bickle, is that not designated for a future school?
No. Chief Glavin?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'll just look it up.
It's the piece of land that we're looking to put a covered recreation, an outdoor sort of rink space.
Yeah, I'm just going to look up here quickly. I believe so. If you recall, there was a land swap that we did to facilitate the Composite High School years ago, and we've since swapped land that was this parcel for land in the Smith subdivision in order to reserve that potential school site for the French school district. But that's something that, depending on timing, could still be redistricted. But that is the tentative holding for that neighborhood.
So essentially, at this point, that is its intention as a future school, but that could change.
Francophone, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you again for coming. I will make sure that somebody from administration is able to follow up with you to get you a contact in regards to school board trustees and to share your concerns of classroom sizes. I think that's a very valid point and something that they would appreciate hearing from for sure.
Thank you so much for your time.
You bet. Councillor O'Toole.
If we're done, I'd take care of business.
I'm just going to give me 1 sec, okay? So that was my third ask for anybody. I will just confirm that there's no one else here to speak in opposition to this application. Seeing no one else online or in the chambers, I'll close the public hearing and look to business arising and recognize Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I move that council give first reading to Bylaw C 1482, being the Royal Oaks North Outline Plan.
Thank you for that. First reading, that motion is in order. There's no discussion or debate on first reading, so I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Councillor O'Toole.
I move that council give second reading to Bylaw C-1482.
Thank you, Councillor O'Toole. That motion is in order. This is an opportunity for questions for administration, discussion, and debate. I'll recognize Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I did take a few phone calls on this and did hear from the neighborhood, and so did want to speak a little bit to this instead of just voting on it. And I will be supporting this, and it's actually because I've heard concerns from the neighborhood, and I really agree with the concerns I've heard. I disagree with those who suggest that these changes don't actually address those concerns. For me, I'm hearing the neighborhood say, hey, we don't want more density in this neighborhood. We don't want more density in this neighborhood. Well, that's why it's kind of funny to have an RC zoning here where we actually allow more density than the rest of the neighborhood has. If we want to have this little section fit in with the neighborhood, then it makes sense to rezone it so that it is the exact same zoning that the majority of Royal Oaks is. Also, I really appreciate Ms. Hill actually taking the time to come and directly address council. I love when residents do that. And Roy Bickle, I know, is a very full school, bursting to the seams, and school class sizes are an issue. For me, that's a reason to have a zoning that actually has lower density so we don't have as many people moving in this neighborhood potentially. And also that park, as you shared, Mayor Clayton, I do think that having more eyes on that park, more people around that park really does detract from negative use and people doing the things we wouldn't want them to do on a playground with kids. So for those reasons, I do support this rezoning. Something I do want to point out is the developer right now, if we take no action, still has the right to go and build housing on that land and has the right to go build housing at a higher density than this is. And so there's nothing we can do. That is their legal right that we can't revoke from them. So for me to work with them to actually say, hey, we're going to actually limit how many people they can put in there, that's a win for the neighborhood, according to the concerns that I've heard about people being afraid that's bursting at the seams. So for that reason, I will be supporting these bylaws.
Thanks for your comments, Councillor Bressie. Recognizing Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I also will be supporting this. I think that it's a much cleaner development. I know that cul-de-sacs were all that we designed for years and years and years, and we're paying the price now when people can't get out of their driveways because of the giant snow mound, or there's just no place when someone comes to visit someone who has no frontage on the street. I really appreciate the fact that we're moving to a slightly lower density, but that we're accommodating it with a much cleaner plan that will accommodate the families who have 2 cars and the families who have 2 kids and 6 cars. I know they'll all fit in this neighborhood, so I appreciate that. Again, Ms. Hill came and it has legitimate concerns regarding school density, and that certainly we have discussed that ourselves with the school boards. We need to think about that moving forward and look for solutions to that, but this neighborhood's not going to change that problem tonight.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Blackmore. I don't see anyone else in the queue, therefore I'll call the question. Please vote. And that carries unanimously. Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you. I move that council have third reading of Bylaw C-1482 at this meeting.
Thanks, Councillor O'Toole. That motion is in order. In order for us to have third reading here tonight, this motion must pass unanimously. I'll call the question. Please vote. And that carries unanimously. Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you. I move that council give third reading to Bylaw C-1482, being the Royal Oaks North Outline Plan.
Thanks for that, Councillor O'Toole. This is a motion for third reading tonight. Bylaw C-1482, being the Royal Oaks Outline Plan. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Councillor O'Toole, do you wish to continue?
Ken, if you'd like.
Go for it.
I move that council give first reading to bylaw C-1260-195, being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
Thank you for that. So the first set of motions was for the change in the outline plan. This set of motions will be for the change in the land use bylaw. There is no discussion or debate on first reading, so I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Councillor O'Toole.
Yes, I move that council give second reading to bylaw C-1260-195.
Thanks for that, Councillor O'Toole. That motion is in order. Opportunity for discussion or debate. Questions for administration. Seeing no one in the queue, I will call the question. And that carries unanimously. Councillor O'Toole.
I move that council have third reading of bylaw C-1260-195 at this meeting.
Thanks for that, Councillor O'Toole. So this is a motion in order for us to have third reading here tonight. This motion must pass unanimously. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you. I move that council give third reading to bylaw C-1260-195, being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
That motion is in order. Seeing no one in the queue with discussion or debate, I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. You might as well keep going, Councillor O'Toole.
And with all that work, I move that council rescind the Royal Oaks North Outline Plan OP-07-03.
All right, so this is more of a housekeeping type thing. We're going to rescind the outline plan numbered OP-0703. Seeing no one in the queue with discussion or debate, I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Moving on to item 15.2 in tonight's agenda, Kensington Area Structure Plan, Kensington Outline Plan, and Land Use Bylaw Amendments. I'll call this public hearing to order, and I will look to Ms. Downing for introduction.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. This presentation is regarding proposed amendments to the Kensington Area Structure Plan, Kensington Outline Plan, and the Land Use Bylaw. The subject area is in the Kensington neighborhood in the southwest quadrant of the city, west of 116th Street and south of the CN rail line. To the north, across the railway tracks, is the Urban Rail Business Park. To the west is a low-density condo community that has been approved. And to the south, the future development includes a mix of housing and a school site. So the proposed changes focus on the northeast corner of Kensington and include a reconfiguration of the lot layout and the storm pond design, realignment of the collector road to create a new all-directional intersection at 116th Street and 89th Avenue, rezoning a 1.79 hectare site from commercial arterial to medium density residential to allow multifamily housing up to 4 stories. And in addition, there's a text amendment to maintain 76th Avenue as a rural roadway, aligning with the design on the county end of the road. And to speak to the land use bylaw changes, the current zoning is commercial arterial, which doesn't align with the housing needs we have currently in the community, and the proposed medium density residential zoning will accommodate multi-attached dwellings and apartments. Noise mitigation measures such as berms or fencing will be implemented along the CN rail line. A public hearing was advertised as per the Municipal Government Act and the Land Use Bylaw requirements. The amendment was posted online and signage was placed on the site. The applicant engaged property owners within 60 meters. However, the area is largely undeveloped. Internal and external agencies, including engineering and Aquaterra, reviewed the plans and support the amendments. It is administration's recommendation that council give 3 readings to the Kensington Area Structure Plan, Bylaw C1442A, the Kensington Outline Plan, C1344H, and the Land Use Bylaw, C1260-194. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks for your introduction, Ms. Downing. I'll recognize Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. Ms. Downing, I'm just kind of curious. It flew past me a little too quickly. So if you don't mind, could you elaborate on what the county road standard was or where and what its impacts might be?
Ms. Downing.
Thank you. Through the mayor, there is a road, 76th Avenue, that will be between the 2 neighborhoods, so Kensington and the neighborhood that's proposed for the south. And it's a collector road that directly links to the county. So the proposed amendment would to keep it at a rural standard, which would mean no curb and gutter. And however, there would be pathways required on both sides of the road and cyclist connectivity. This road is a bit of an interesting road because no houses front on to it. Like most collector roads that you'd find in the city, it functions more like an arterial road. So the development on the north side would be back of lots, and the development on the south side would also be back of lots.
Okay, so it would still be asphalt with a ditch, essentially?
Thank you, through the mayor, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor Burke. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I'm just looking at one of the maps here. I really like the road layout of the last 2 changes of the 2 neighborhoods. The fact that we're opening it up instead of looping it around. My question is in regards to the storm pond area. So there's a significant change there. To me, just looking at the map, it looks like there's more storm available through this. Is that just an optical illusion, or is it the same amount?
Ms. Downing.
Thank you, through the mayor. Perhaps the applicant could speak to this better. I'm not an engineer, so I'm not exactly sure about the design. They have submitted storm design reports to the city that have been approved for this change. So I'll let them speak to how the design changes.
All right, I'll ask that question to them. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Councillor Blackmore. Okay, Councillor Bressy.
Great, thank you. So this road that will be changed to a county cross section. We only talk the cross section there in terms of road base, asphalt thickness, stuff like that. Would that still be required to be to city specs? And I know I'm asking non-engineers, so you might not know, but you've got to ask at least.
Ms. Downing.
Thank you, through the mayor. The engineer is in the room. Perhaps I could bring Ashley to the table.
Ms. Coulter, when you're ready.
Sorry, I was just reading something on my laptop. Could you repeat the question?
Oh, I totally understand that. So there's this road that is proposed to change to a county cross section, but am I correct in assuming that we're talking cross section only, so it doesn't need the curb, sidewalks, all that, but it's soft meter standards for how thick asphalt is, what the road base, all those things we do to make a road last? Have we had those conversations, or any idea yet if this road would have to meet those standards?
Through the chair, we haven't gone into that in detail. That would come more at the detailed design phase. As this roadway is already existing and already paved to the standard that it would stay.
Okay, it already is. Okay, never mind. That answers the question.
Okay.
Definitely don't expect to rebuild a road. For some reason, I thought it was gravel.
Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if I'm ahead of schedule here or not, but what would the posted speed be? Would it change? I imagine it's 50 kilometers, but would it speed up or stay the same?
Through the chair, right now it would remain as posted. If there were any speed limit changes, I believe they come to council in our traffic bylaw.
Thank you very much.
I just had one question, Ms. Downing. On the map of the existing development concept and the proposed development concept, there's some color changes. Can you tell me what the dark orange to the left of the multifamily is?
Thank you. That is the condo community that is already approved in Kensington. The mapping department made a change to the colors in the new version, but there was no change made.
There's no change. It's just new color code that I didn't get the color code for. Okay, perfect. Thanks for that. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just on the design, when Councillor Berg asked, so it's more on the 76th Ave again. Did I hear you mention that we'd be looking at sidewalks on both sides of this road when it was built out to our standard, or is...
Ms. Downing or Ms. Calder?
Through the chair, Flying Shot Lake outline plan to the south is currently being drafted. We would go through review of that design with the applicant for the Flying Shot Lake on what the south side of that road would look like and whether or not pedestrian connectivity would be provided. On the north side of the road, there is a pathway included on the outline plan already.
Okay, so just one pathway though, currently?
Currently, and then when the Flying Shot Lake outline plan comes in, if we need to add another one on the south side, we will.
Can you, Ms. Downing, can you show me that map again?
Thank you. Are you referring to the 76th Avenue
That's
one?
the one, thank you. So, Ms. Coulter, on the north side of 76, there's already an existing sidewalk. And once the outline plan is done, from the county finishes it, they could or may not choose to put in a sidewalk, correct?
Through the chair, it's not constructed yet. It's shown in the outline plan. So as Kensington is built out, the pathway will get constructed when it makes sense. And then the quarter section to the south is actually in the city, and we're working with the landowner on that plan right now.
Perfect, thank you. All right, we are on second reading. That was an opportunity for questions for administration. So I'll call the question. Didn't have a vote yet. Council, we have no votes yet. All right, we're going to start this process right now. So I am on asking if that was an introduction from administration. We're going to move to the presentation and submission portion of our public hearing. I'll ask if there's anyone here to speak in support of this this application. Welcome. Once you get situated, please introduce yourself for those who may be watching online.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton and Council. Scott Rossler again with Helix Engineering. With me, Jonathan Phillips as well with Helix. So appreciate you accepting our application. Just, I guess, a little bit of follow-up as to the reason and rationale has been most of the purpose for the amendment that we applied for was it doesn't have much to do with 76, but more to do with the commercial site. So there's been some interest in that site and just improving the traffic flow and connectivity and whatnot to 116th Street and whatnot has been kind of our primary focus. So we have amended transportation reports and everything else to kind of support the engineering behind that amendment and are pretty comfortable with everything there. So servicing through via Aquaterra and transportation through city's engineering department have all been undertaken, and we're actually probably tomorrow we would have a subdivision application in for a commercial lot and likely the RM lot that's in for rezoning as well. So as far as 76th and whatnot, I think everything for the most part has been dealt with. If you guys do have any questions, I'd be happy to answer on the storm pond. The reason we moved the storm pond away from the road is because commercial land is better on especially on an arterial corner like that. So when we added 89th Ave through, it just made sense to try and push the storm pond back and off of the main arterial, which would provide more opportunity for businesses to be in high traffic areas. That's 116 is a busy road. So so that's the purpose for doing that. As far as sizing, it should be roughly the same. It might be a little bit bigger now just because we had to extend it kind of through a ditch along the railroad track, but aside from that, everything still complies with. It's actually a surge pond that the city constructed some time back. So continue to operate to maintain the flows out of 116th and any flood mitigation issues that are there, and also actually probably assist that even more because we'll be providing significantly more storage than what is there today. So if you do have any questions, we'd be happy to answer.
I definitely have a couple in the queue, and I have a question myself, but first I'll recognize Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton, and thanks, gentlemen. Just with that storm pond, again, there's that arm that goes east to 116th. Is that just simply to divert water off of the 116th into that storm pond, or is that aesthetic?
No, that's actually, so what exists there today, and ultimately we'll have to do a little land swap between, there's a little corner lot there that the city of Grande Prairie constructed a surge pond. So you have a pipe that extends off of 1/16, so when 1/16 surcharges and floods, it actually pushes into this pond. So we can't block that off. We have to still maintain that flow. So if that didn't exist, we would have built the pond without the connection. But because we've got to accommodate the city's flood mitigation strategy there, that's the reason for that. So makes it a little bit more difficult for us, but it's what we had to do. So
okay, thanks, guys.
Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I love looking at these maps that are postage stamp size and trying to figure out exactly how much space we're talking about. The multifamily section, you said you have potential application coming forward for that land. And we know we have quite a rental shortage in the city. Can you tell me what kind of population you think you would be accommodating there?
Okay, so I probably can't speak to the purchaser's intentions on it, but it is zoned, we're rezoning it to RM, which is a 4-story maximum. So that would be the potential. RM being, it does allow for like some walk-up row housing type things, but that's not the interested party's intent right now. The application that will come forward is a subdivision application, so in which case we would be providing the opportunity for them to purchase that lot. So,
okay. I know you can't say a lot, but I'm encouraged that it's an opportunity for multifamily in the city, which we've been really quite desperate for. So thank you.
Just a couple questions for you, Mr. Ressler. Access on 89th, driving south, right in, right out, but north, is there the median there? I can't recall.
So we would be modifying the intersection. So currently it's a T intersection with just access to the east, but there is a break in the median. So there's streetlights, it's signalized as well right now. So we'll be modifying the intersection to accommodate all the projected and generated traffic coming out of our commercial, but it'll be of all directional access. So we're going to construct turn bays into there on 1/16th. And then proposed right now, we will also be building right in, right outs further south off of 1/16th. Some modifications we got to do with that yet, and then probably another one off of 84th. So commercial development would be proceeding kind of with that as their requirement. So.
And I'm fine for now. I'll figure out my other question later. I see no one else in the queue, so thank you for being here. Appreciate that. I'll now ask if there's anyone else here to speak in support of this application. I'll look online and see no one. And once you get situated, please introduce yourself for those who may be watching online.
Sure. My name is Bailey Lapp. I'm the Manager of Planning and Development at Bairstow & Associates Engineering. I'm here tonight representing the McClellan family, who own the lands directly south of the Kensington Outline Plan. We're here in support of the changes tonight, specifically maintaining the rural cross-section to 76th Avenue. And we also ask that in the future, if there are any intersection upgrades to 76th Avenue and 116th Street, that fair cost sharing be proposed. And that's all. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for being here tonight. I see no one in the queue for questions. Councillor Bressie.
Sorry, I don't know the arrangements of that intersection. So could you give me a little bit more than fair cost sharing? Are you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there's a map, but on 76th Avenue, it connects up with 116th Street, which is would be a fairly, when built out, would be a fairly popular intersection. And we are working on a plan south of 76th Avenue currently. And we just want to ensure that if any of the development north of 76th Avenue or south of 76th Avenue does spark any intersection upgrades there, that fair cost sharing would be split between developers or the city, just not all the onus put on one developer.
Gotcha. Thank you.
All right. I see no one else in the queue. Thanks for being here tonight. I will ask a third time if there's anyone here to speak in support of this application. Look online, seeing no one on the line. online and no one in the room, I will now ask if there's anyone here to speak in opposition to this Kensington Area Structure Plan, Outline Plan, and Land Use Bylaw Amendment. I'll ask a second time. If you're here to speak in opposition to this, please come forward. I'll look online to see if there's anyone here to speak in opposition. Seeing no one online, no one in the chambers, I'll ask a third time if there's anyone here to speak in opposition of this Kensington Area Structure Plan, Outline Plan, and Land Use Bylaw Amendment. Seeing none, I'll close this public hearing and look to business arising, recognizing Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move council give first reading to Bylaw C 1442A, being an amendment to the Kensington Area Structure Plan.
Thanks for that. That motion is in order. There is no discussion or debate on first reading, so therefore I'll call the question.
Rescind in favor.
That carries unanimously. Councillor Blackmore.
I'd move second reading.
This is a motion to give second reading to Bylaw C-1442A, opportunity for questions for administration, discussion or debate. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question.
Rescind in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Councillor Blackmore.
I'd move that council have third reading of Bylaw C-1442A at this meeting.
For that motion is in order. An opportunity in order for us to have third reading here tonight. This motion must pass unanimously. I'll call the question.
Rescind in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Councillor Blackmore.
I'd move that council give third reading to Bylaw C-1442A, being an amendment to the Kensington Area Structure Plan.
That motion is in order. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question. Tired of hearing your own voice, or? Never. That carries unanimously. Councillor Blackmore, would you like to continue?
I will. I move that council give first reading to Bylaw C-1344H, being an amendment to the Kensington Outline Plan. And all these motions have to follow a certain order because someone wrote a Municipal Government Act telling us that.
And for everyone in the room who's not here for this, you're learning something. So, the first set of motions was in regards to the area structure plan. Now we're working on the outline plan. Councillor Blackmore's motion is in order. There's no discussion or debate. First reading, I'll call the question. Please vote. And that carries unanimously. Councillor Blackmore.
And I would move second reading of Bylaw C-1344H.
Thank you for that. No one in the queue. I'll call the question.
Rescind in favor.
That carries unanimously. And Councillor Blackmore.
I would move that council have third reading of Bylaw C-1344H at this meeting.
Thank you for that motion. In order for us to have third reading here tonight, this must pass unanimously. I'll call the question. Please vote. That carries unanimously. Councillor Blackmore.
I would move third reading of Bylaw C-1334H, being an amendment to the Kensington Outline Plan.
Thank you for that motion. That motion is in order. I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Councillor Blackmore.
And to start the third section, I would move council give first reading to Bylaw C-1260-194, being an amendment to the Land Use Bylaw.
So we are now in the third part of the public hearing. This is the motion for first reading. No discussion or debate. I'll call the question. That carries unanimously. Councillor Blackmore.
I would move second reading of Bylaw C-1260-194.
The motion is in order. I see no one in the queue. I'll call the question. And And that carries unanimously. Councillor Blackmore.
I'd move that council have third reading of bylaw 612-60194 at this meeting.
In order for us to have third reading here tonight, this must pass unanimously. I see no one in the queue, so I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Councillor Blackmore.
And finally, I would move council give third reading to bylaw C1260194, being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
Thanks for that, Councillor Blackmore. That motion is in order. I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. I just have a question for Ledge. I'm just going to update my agenda first. So the two items that got postponed, I don't see them. Oh, they're under committee. Okay, perfect. So we're on to item number 16. I'm just going to ask my colleagues. Typically, we ask administration questions during delegation business. There may be questions for administration that may impact your decision on these votes. So I feel like this business should have gone after delegation business in order for you to have questions for administration. So it was Councillor Bressie that postponed both of them? Or O'Connor, okay. Okay, so if you would, would you like a motion? Does anybody have any issues if we move the two items that were postponed to following the delegation business? Councillor Platt. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Nope, we don't need it. I'm just thinking. Okay, so we'll give that a moment to refresh on our agendas. We are going to do delegation business first, and then we'll do committee business. Oh, we will. We will do the snow removal first, but first we're going to do delegation business so that council has an opportunity to ask administration questions. But he could leave. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we're going to do delegation business first. We had two delegations tonight. Opportunity for, I know many of my colleagues had questions for administration based on the delegations presentations. First, I'll recognize Councillor Blackmore.
I have nothing to say. I think I forgot to turn things off.
Okay. I know I have some questions, so I'll give you guys a moment. In regards to Swan City Football Club tonight, they came to support, spoken in support of the business in regards to a covered recreation space. I have some questions probably for Ms. Cajolet. I'm wondering if you happen to know growth numbers in other sports. We heard tonight from Swan City Football Club. They're great growth numbers that they're turning away youth, but I'm wondering if you happen to know growth numbers in football, in any of the other sports that might utilize this facility.
Through the chair, administration does have some numbers that were prepared for from last spring. So for last season, with a moment, I can certainly look for those.
And while you're looking for that, I'm just going to put my next question out there for you as well. Of the other facilities that we're seeing in Western Canada, we know that Edmonton has facilities, Calgary, Red Deer, Kelowna. What size generally are the facilities? There's been some conversation tonight about maybe if the facility was smaller, it could fit somewhere else, and regards to utilization, and there was also comments made in regards to underbuilding the facility could be a concern. So tell me what other municipalities are building for domes.
Thank you, through the mayor. So the facilities in Kelowna are a little bit smaller, approximately 41 by 64 meters. The Calgary facilities are approximately the same size as the one being proposed. FIFA requirement, like the field of play for a FIFA requirement field, is 68 by 105. So that's approximately 220 23 feet by 345 feet. So facilities in Edmonton, Red Deer, Footfield at U of A would all support 11v11 play. There is a recommendation or a requirement, I guess, from for a FIFA field that there is some additional space, kind of 2 meters beyond the touch line and the goal line of the field. If a walking track was incorporated around the perimeter of the space, certainly that would enhance the size of the facility. So there is a little bit of flexibility in the square footage of this structure to meet the, if the walking track, as an example, was a provisional item and not explored, then there is a possibility that the facility could be a little bit smaller than the 135,000 square feet.
If the facility was a smaller option, council a couple of years ago, it feels like, looked at a smaller option, the track wouldn't fit. Would it still fit 11v11?
Through the chair, as long as it was a minimum of 68 by 105 meters, yes.
Okay. And when you get a moment on the growth numbers, just feel free to chime in. Recognizing Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. Something I did get tagged on this afternoon after our session was by track, and so a question I've got for Ms. Casually, I didn't realize that there's some pretty specific requirements that some domes work, a lot don't for competition. Have we been in touch with track and field at all to see if this could potentially work for track competition?
Ms. Casually?
Through the chair, we have certainly engaged the athletics club in conversation. It wouldn't typically meet the track as the size that it's being proposed at just a couple of lanes would not meet the requirements for track and field competition, but it's certainly something that could be explored if there's council desire.
Okay, great. Yeah, and mostly I just want to make sure they're not forgetting if there's an easy way to do it. I'd hate to do it just because we weren't talking to them. So as long as you're in conversation with them, I'm happy.
Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. Kind of an extension of what you brought up around the track, and is there enough room for a track? One of the concerns that we heard is bleacher space. If we went with a smaller one, would that eliminate any potential bleachers?
Ms. Casually?
Thank you. Through the chair, certainly would diminish the size of any potential spectator seating. The facilities that have been visited by administration, typically there is either significant space on the exterior of the turf field or the bleachers are set up on the track for spectating during an event. So it certainly would limit the ability to have numerous spectators watching competition.
I had another question, and possibly for Chief Glavin. Can you tell me, or Ms. Casually, with this facility, the proposed landscaping on the perimeter, it was brought up with one of my colleagues in regards to prudential lands development and creating a buffer between the facility and future residential. Has there been any consideration given to landscaping on the west side of the facility?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Yes, there has been. We've had preliminary discussions with parks. There'll be landscaping that'll be a part of the development, but we'll also be considering enhanced landscaping on the west side for some screening.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Blackmore.
There's, with the domes, we know that there's quite a bit of utility required to inflate them. And when I look at the map that we have, it looks like you're expecting that those utilities will be located on the north side, so on the city limit side. Across city limit, is that all commercial that is designated for the county? Or are we going to run into issues with the noise of the utility and residential?
Chief Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. So right now, the location of any of the required utilities, so the HVAC systems, anything with the inflation side, is just conceptual. So we won't know the exact placement until the design is done. To the north in the county is an industrial area. To the northwest would be the south end of Whispering Ridge in the county, so it would be a residential area. But we would certainly be taking any of that into consideration in the design.
Thank you.
I have a couple other questions, but I think they're more appropriate when we're actually discussing and debating the motions. So I don't see any of my other colleagues. So I would look to council to make a motion to receive this delegation's presentation for information. Councillor Bressie.
Yeah, definitely happy to receive for information. I just want to say thank you for everybody that came. Thank you for those that presented, but I really appreciate when people engage us directly. So thank you.
Absolutely. So that motion is in order. I will call the question. Please vote.
And Bressie's in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Moving on to our second delegation here tonight. Same proponent, or a proponent on this same topic, Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. I just moved that we receive for information.
Thank you for that. So call the question. Oh, sorry. I'll give you a moment. Please vote.
Bressie in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Now we're moving to number 17, which is committee business. And we're going to give Councillor Palat a moment to come back in. The first item of business under committee business is in regards to a motion that I made in regards to collecting information on snow removal, windrow removal, cul-de-sac removal. The motion is to bring back a report to the appropriate standing committee. I am happy to withdraw this motion as one of my colleagues has prepared another motion. Thank you.
Great.
Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I appreciate that. And I would move that council direct administration to initiate a round of residential snow removal. And just speak to this hard decision that we debated at council was what should be the trigger for snow removal.
And I apologize. Can I get you to pause for 1 second till your colleagues get back?
Sorry. I'm just so excited.
Okay, there we go. Go ahead.
Are we?
Go for it. Well, Councillor Plot is not.
Yeah, so just to speak to this, at budget deliberations, council did have a lot of debate about at what point do we institute a round of residential snow removal. Should it be at 10 centimeters like it was formerly, or should we change that to 13 centimeters? And council did make the decision to change that to 13 centimeters. It got a lot of debate, and during that debate, we did say, hey, we'd look at it and we'd see how it went. And if it wasn't going well, then we said we'll revisit it and we'll trigger another round if we need to. And for me personally, I actually think it went pretty good for most of the winter. But right now, when we're in this thaw season, it just is there's that higher buildup of snow. We're at about 12 centimeters instead of 10 centimeters, and that higher buildup of ice. I'm seeing so many pictures, and I'm driving around and seeing so many driveways that are flooded out. I've had residents reporting to me about not being able to get their kids into a car without getting their kids' feet soaking wet. I had one resident report to me about parking in the evening and their car being frozen to the ground when they went out the next morning. And I just think that right now, when we've got some thaw going on, we should get this ice removed. And so I hope that council will support this motion. Also would highlight that we haven't done snow removal yet in 2025. So we do have budget for this, knock on wood, if we don't get a ton of snow in the late spring.
Thanks for your comments. Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you for that motion, Councillor Bressie. I actually do support the motion. I know you didn't expect that I would. But leaving compacted ice on the ground only leads to further road problems down the road. You get more potholing, you have more car accidents, you have all kinds of issues, more flat tires, which everyone likes to have in the wintertime, of course. And so I really do support the motion. I was thinking during our break that one of the things I would ask administration for during the next operational meeting is that this particular type of weather we get every winter, and we always seem surprised by it. And I think that one of the things we need to think about in a snow removal policy is a process for dealing with the annual surprise melt. In the meantime, we can take this action today and get things moving very quickly. They can start plowing probably as early as tomorrow or Wednesday. But for long term, I think that we really do need to look at that. And so I'm not going to include that or ask Councillor Barassi to include that in this motion, but it is something I think we need to bring up next Tuesday during standing committee meetings.
Thanks for your comments, Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I have a question to administration in regards to A and B schedules. Is there a way of identifying who needs it more? I wonder sometimes, for instance, is A all in trouble, or is it there?
This year it's B.
Well, maybe it's B. Is B all in trouble? And then there's some that are in A. Like, I guess, how difficult would it be to survey the areas to who needs it most? Because if you're in a time crunch, I would rather see removal of ice in areas that are in dire need. For instance, mine is fine. And so I would rather, someone who needs it more get that attention.
Chief Glavin, who would start first, and would that indicate that they're possibly in more need?
Sure, thanks, Mayor Clayton. If there was an area that was in dire need, we'd send a city crew immediately to deal with it, which we have been doing for any of the really any of the more challenging areas in the residential. It would be our recommendation to maintain the current schedule. People are trained on that right now. They know that the day before garbage day, and they're in week A, that's time to get your cars off the road. Although it's plausible to go out to figure out what area might be worse than another, it would be, more art than science to do that. And I think we would likely have better efficiency if we maintain the current schedule.
Fair enough.
But to Councillor Bosch's point, I'm sure you may not know, but I'm assuming who wasn't done last will be done first. Do you know what I'm saying? So if the last time we did residential, whenever that was A, are we starting with B, or are we going to do A again?
If we ended with B, which we always do, we would start with A.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Councillor O'Connor.
I'm totally in support of this motion, and I think we should take a look at what happens when this surprise melt happens. So totally in support of this motion.
And I'm sure you're all being facetious when you say surprise, right? Okay, good. Just making sure that you all know that spring comes and snow melts. All right. Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, we still got to get through the May long weekend, right? Yeah.
Go ahead, Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, no, I can support this motion. I know that we talked a little bit about it earlier this morning, and at what point do we trigger it? Maybe it also triggers a service discussion, talking with residents around the community. A lot of them seem to posit to us that, well, does it have to be 13 centimeters of snowfall? I talked to a resident recently who said, hey, we've had over 300 centimeters of snowfall fall on us since October, but I've only seen a plow once. I know that our crews work really hard, but sometimes when we're getting the large snow events, they're halfway through a residential neighborhood, and then they get called off to go clean up the major arterial roads and the other collector roads. So you got a half-done job, and they drive away, and then we don't see them again for 2 weeks to a month. So I think this is prudent as far as it goes. I'd also really like to still see the mayor's motion come through to direct to committee meeting, because I think that might give us some more answers on maybe how we can address the service issues better when we're talking about the windrow pilings, the stuff collected in the middle of cul-de-sacs and stuff like that that are causing really hard times for our residents to get out of those areas of town. So I can support this for now, for today. Yeah, and outside of that, I don't know what else we can do except maybe say, let's do it less, or let's plow when we have a 13 centimeter accumulated snow. Like a regular rotation might be a service standard that a future council may want to look at.
Just in regards to your looking for information, Chief Glavin, when will the policy in regards to snow removal come back to council for discussion and an opportunity for input on how it went this year?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'd suggest we do it right after snow season wraps up, and then we can have a debrief on what went well, and council can make a service level decision.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much. I just got one concern, I agree with everything that's been said here, but when it comes to the windrows, are you foreseeing that we would be picking up the windrows right now so there's not frozen water on the sidewalks as the snow melts and freezes?
Is that your...
No, the intent of my motion, I really do get worried about us on the fly without conversation with administration about what's possible, giving unusual direction and getting into things that we wouldn't usually direct and that wouldn't usually do by policy. So my intention here really is just to say, do your regular round of residential snow removal that you're well used to, that's established in council policy. And then, of course, with that, though, I'm trusting them to manage that. I know they do a good job with city crews picking up and going outside of policy where it's really prudent to do. So I know that there'll be some management of it. But really, my intention is just to say, do your regular round of residential scraping.
If I could just talk to the chief, what is your intention?
Based on the motion, Chief Glavin, what would this motion, if supported, actually look like?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. So based on the motion right now, we'll trigger residential, which would at best start on Wednesday. We'll inform the contractors first thing tomorrow. If not Wednesday, likely Thursday, but usually within 24 hours they can mobilize. With regard to windrow pickup, based on this, we would not do any enhanced pickup of the windrows. We'd be using city resources. In order to enhance it, we'd be looking to bring on end dump trucks from the private sector. That could easily double the cost of the windrow or of the round from $250,000 to $500,000 if we were to expedite it.
Okay. Oh, thanks very much for the clarification.
All right. So I see no further. Councillor Thiessen.
Sorry, Mayor Clayton, Councillor O'Toole and Chief Glavin triggered me. So perhaps if we didn't pick up the windrows, that's one thing. But what if we have cul-de-sacs where we have the large piles which are causing problems for our residents, which I think a lot of us are hearing about? Would that be possible at a lesser cost?
Chief Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. What we would do with the cul-de-sac piles is that we would continue picking them up as we currently are. And we would just continue through this rotation of picking them up. So we wouldn't go back to an area that has already had service unless it's posing a hazard before we finish picking up the ones that we're currently doing. However, all of that will be paused. Well, I shouldn't say all of it. Some of that may be paused right now, as when triggering the residential service, we have to pull some people off of the other crews in order to be with the contractors. So we'll just have to reprioritize whether it's drainage or potholes or whatever else that is highest on the priority list from day to day. Yeah, we'll see what it is. So if it's an issue with cul-de-sac piles in a very particular area, maybe we're still pulling cul-de-sac piles, but it'll be prioritized based on what resources we have, given that the temperatures are mild over the next week to 10 days.
Okay, thank you.
I do have some subsequent business following this motion, but I see no one else in the queue, so I'll call the question. Please vote. That carries unanimously. Chief Glavin, as my other motion was, I withdrew it. Can you give me some high-level information for the public and for council in regards to potholes or would you like a motion that would come back to the appropriate standing committee where you can do a more thorough report?
Sure, depend on what's acceptable on the high level. Like as far as right now, what we're doing, we are out there doing potholes. They are balancing a priority between drainage concerns, snow removal, and the potholes. As we don't have any dedicated crews, we assemble them as needed based on priority. Our current posture with them is we're trying to do as much as we can overnight with our night shift, as we do run 24 hours a day during the winter or snow season. And depending on how we do this week, we'll be looking at keeping some crews on over the weekend.
Okay. Our Councillor Plot may look to get on the next agenda at your committee for some additional context in regards to turnaround time from 311, etc. So just, yeah, I think we're good for now, but just a heads up that may come to next standing committee. All right, so we're good on that item of business. We're under committee business, and we're moving on to number 2, which Councillor O'Connor made the appropriate motions that are in front of council. Happy to split these, happy for discussion, debate. Also happy to, if council has questions for administration.
Can I speak to the motion first, Mayor Clayton? I didn't get a chance because it got postponed. So
sure, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to ask my fellow councillors to support this motion of a FIFA-sized facility, which will allow 4 fields around the length of a FIFA-sized facility, increases access to other sports, rugby, football, pickleball, you name it, running track, allows a soccer access to fields within 6 to 8 months, enables the Swan City Football Association to host year-round tournaments, youth and adult, and allows their players to be able to play game and practice time for access by hosting national championships, by hosting provincial championships, and weather protection and non-cancellation of events. I think it's important that we do that to protect, and also the economic impact. I'd like you to support that because this will bring economic development through tourism to our community. So I'd ask you to support this motion going forward.
Ms. Casually, I'm assuming you're the administration who's back in the queue.
Thank you, through the mayor. I have some projected growth numbers from 2024. So they were based on 2023 data that was available at the time of the report. So this was information that was collected by Grande Prairie Regional Sport Connection for city and county administration use. So for Grande Prairie Minor Ball Association, they're based on the 2023 data, their number of youth participants was 455, and they were projecting 10 to 15% growth to 2030. Swan City FC estimated a 50 to 70% growth. The lacrosse club locally estimated a 100% growth to 2030. Football, so minor football league, so it would be the Pee Wee Football League, a 10% growth to that time, and adult football club, another youth football club was expecting a 20% growth rate.
Perfect. Thank you for that information. Councillor Blackmore.
I would ask council to certainly support this motion. It's just been a really long time, and we can tell by Ms. Casualty's numbers that there's a definite lack of turf space in the community. And I think that once it's built, it will be very busy very quickly. And so on that note, as you vote for this and it starts to come back and it's many iterations that need to come before council, I would really ask you not to consider a smaller size, but to go with full size, which is the most flexible. May seem like it's bigger than we need, but I've never yet built something too big.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor. I think Councillor O'Connor wrote the list so none of us could talk for the rest of the evening, but I do support everything that you had said, as well as our delegations that came in. I'm only interested in a FIFA size. Being through 2 different communities that dealt with, oops, that was too small and we've got problems now, and we could have added a little more money and made something significant in regards to sport tourism and use. I'm not interested, as my one vote, to go into anything smaller, not in this case. The other thing I'd just like to say is just listening to national statistics, other than pickleball, soccer is increasing significantly in this country. And we should be ahead of the game, than behind it. Some would say we're behind it already, but I think we can do a lot of good here for our community and bring in other sports into this recreation facility. So I would encourage my colleagues to vote yes.
Councillor Berg, and a reminder, this is also an appropriate time for questions for administration.
Okay, thanks. Just going to speak in favor, if that's all right.
Yep.
Yeah, so for me, two of the things that I actually really liked with the dome idea is the cost. It's a fraction of what a permanent building might be, although I realize that this isn't permanent. It should be 20 to 30 years. But also how quick we can get it up. The demand has been out there well before we were elected to council. And I know that was brought to the county prior to the previous election, and we didn't see that happen, any development there. So the demand has been for quite some time. And it's just something that, again, for me personally, balances the cost along with the ability to get it built. Unfortunately, we were delayed by a couple of years by trying to find some place that could actually footprint this properly. So we think we found that. So this is something that I'll be voting in favor of.
Thanks, Councillor Berg. Councillor Thiessen.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. My goodness, I have struggled with this. And not because the need isn't great and the need isn't out there, but when I wrote down my list of pros and cons to this site, I think I wrote down more cons versus pros. And some of the cons that I wrote down, accessibility for all users. That was the most important thing to me. It's a community decision to ensure that every person, regardless of their socioeconomic status or age, has access to be able to walk through the doors there. We went from talking about centralized locations to now we're on the very edge of the city with no transit access for any of our young users. We have free transit for our youth, so that would seem like a natural thing to take them to a destination, but they're still going to have to walk 7 blocks to get there. I think about the traffic flows that are going to increase congestion along the roads, 116th traveling children from the south side to the north side, as well as east to west on 132nd. For me, that's a cost and expense that today's council has to weigh in our decision, and tomorrow's council is going to have to deal with. It's also the distance from schools. It's not really super close to schools. We talked with the Grande Prairie Public School District, and the comp buses their kids to the Eastlink Center. It's no different now. They're going to have to bus them except to the north side instead of the south side, and that's going to take time out of their school and class day. The cost to develop here, I find, and I've done my own math, and I could be wrong, and that's fine. I'm totally happy with being wrong and being proven right. But the cost to build it here, for me, it isn't cheaper. It's actually more expensive when you factor in everything else around it. And I found that this is a business decision that I was weighing against a community decision. So in light of all those negatives, after I gave it some strong, sober second thoughts this weekend, I looked at my short list of the positives, and here's what I can say. The need is great. Obviously, it's been stated for 4 years we've been talking about this, and we've had a great showing from the public here today. We're building this thing on the edge of the county, but so theoretically, people could say we're building something for the county and not for the city. But in reality, I don't look at us as a city or a county. I look at us as a region. And this will go a long way to making county-city relations even better moving forward. I heard the talk about shadows, but I did my own shadow evaluation, and with depending on how it lays out, I don't see shadows as an issue. And then finally, the biggest issue that I think all of us council in this community really is facing going forward in the next election, probably should be the #1 issue that we all talk about, is growth. We have less than a 1% vacancy rate. And putting a big facility like this in a vacant spot of land in the northeast is actually going to spur on development. It's going to encourage growth. Hopefully it'll encourage more multifamily housing apartments and other stuff. Hopefully it'll encourage more of a tax base. And in that, I thought to myself, well, this isn't just a business decision. It's business affecting the community. And I think back to Growing the North conference I went to years ago, where Chief Louis said it's the economic horse that pulls the social cart. And with that in mind, I can see so many other benefits that might spring out of this. I didn't get the answer I wanted from FC Football. I wanted them to say, we're going to grow the game outdoors too. But I think they will. I think they're going to have more opportunities for field space here. When I left the city last week Friday, I was almost certain, and I was convincing myself as I was driving to Edmonton, I'm a no. This is a hard no because I'm going to disappoint so many people. But as I kept weighing the small pros versus the long list of cons I grew out of it, I realized I may just be fighting my own bias. So with all that being said here today, I think this is the right thing to do for our community, the right thing to do for the future growth of our community, and hopefully this will spur things on in a positive direction for development, for the north side, and enrich everyone in the city of Grande Prairie. So with that, I encourage everyone to support this around council. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments, Councillor Thiessen. Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I've really been struggling with this and on a similar journey to Councillor Thiessen in many ways, although I still don't quite know where I'm going to end up. And for me, I 100% think that we need a field in this community. Hard surface, I hear the people saying we need hard surfaces. No, we need a field. We've added hard surfaces to the community over the last couple of years with Louis Riel, with the comp, and we've actually lost field in the community over the last couple of years. Also, a really good point that Swan City makes is by getting soccer players out of school gyms, that makes more space for everybody else. We need a field. For me, though, I was really disappointed to see council have good, earnest conversations about what's the future of Avondale land, where the next recreation facility in this community should go. We were having good conversations about that, and then all of a sudden, kind of out of nowhere, we had this dome idea come to us. And the last 2 years, I don't think have been about council saying, what is the single best facility for this community? What does this community need? Instead, it's just been saying, well, we're going to build a dome, and where the heck can we fit that dome? And how big can we make that dome? And I don't know if we've had the conversation about what does this community actually need? Because there's two competing needs for me here. There's number one is we heard about the hope to host more provincials, more large-scale tournaments. Awesome. I hate every time I see Grande Prairie families going to Edmonton and spending thousands of dollars each in Edmonton. I absolutely hate what that does to our economy. What I hate even more, though, is I know there's families that are left behind because they can't afford to go to Edmonton. And so I really do get that we want something that can build large-scale provincial tournaments here. What I haven't seen us do a good job, though, is actually quantifying how many tournaments will we actually realistically get here. Is this adding a few weekends a year, or is this adding a couple dozen weekends a year? I honestly don't know because we haven't done that work yet. And for me, the other competing need is what's better for our day-to-day use. What's better for the day-to-day physical health of our residents, the day-to-day enjoyment of our residents, and the day-to-day development of our athletes. And for me, having a facility that's not on the very, very edge of town, disconnected from transit, but instead of one that's in the heart of town, right next to two high schools, right across a footbridge from Northwestern Polytechnic, close to the hospital, right on the edge of a neighborhood that's aging, right across the bypass from another neighborhood, well serviced by transit, right on our walking paths. For a day-to-day community facility, holy smokes, is Avondale ever better? And I don't even know what we could have done in Avondale because we weren't looking for what could fit there. Instead, we were looking for where can we fit this giant dome. And for me, the two arguments I've heard for a dome are number one, how fast it can go, and number two, the cost savings of it. In terms of how fast it can go up, for when residents say that, I really feel for Swan City residents saying, "Hey, you've been talking about this for years. Get it done." I really, I've got a 12-year-old who is saying that to me every single week. Dad, when are you guys going to build this? When are you going to build this? I hear that from the community. From a council side, I really wish we would have spent some of the last 2 years not just looking for where do we put a dome, but is the dome actually the best solution for the community? And then when it comes to cost, we did a really high-level look at what are the upfront capital costs of more traditional steel-sprung structure, but we never actually did the look at what do we save operationally if we go steel sprung? What's the actual cost per year when you look at it can last another decade or two? We never did that. We never did that business case, and we never looked at, hey, is there a possibility to build the soccer facility so that when we build a pool in the future, because we need that pretty soon too, or when we need sport courts or when we need a hockey arena, what's that going to look like? Is there a way to build this in a way that's that's fitting all of our future rec needs, not just a one-off facility. And I really wish we would have done that work. And for me, it's really hard to say, as much as I know that if we build this dome, it's going to be a great use of money. It's going to fill a great community need. When it's $16 million and $1.4 million a year we're looking at, I really struggle when I don't think we've done the work needed to figure out, is this actually the best thing for the community right now? And so if your priority is provincial tournaments, large scale things, I respect that. I think that's reasonable. This is clearly the best option if that's your priority. But for the day-to-day use, I don't know if it is the best thing we can be doing. And for that reason, I think I'm still probably a no, but I really am open-minded today and struggling to figure out where I'm going to land on this.
Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much. When I was in sports, when I was a little guy, I had a bike and a pair of shoes. Sometimes they were winter boots, but I walked everywhere I needed to go. And now we've got transit. We've got other parents that are part of teams as well. I think this is the ideal location. It is the time, and the best time to plant a tree is now, or if it wasn't 20 years ago, this is now. When we built the Eastlink Center, it took 15, or let's just put it this way, it took 5 councils, 3 years each council, to actually come up with a plan and build it. I don't want that to happen here. It was 65 million, I think, I could be mistaken, when they originally talked, and it cost us 110 million plus after we agreed back in 2010. I was the guy that I was on the council. Yeah. So I'm a strong yes. I just want to make sure it's built big enough and there's room to put, like they had mentioned, meeting rooms, first aid, coaches, and cafeteria of some kind, if that's what they would like to see. I asked. They said that would be great. But this is important to the youth. It's important to the middle-aged people and the seniors and everyone in between. And I think that there's no more guessing. We should just build this. Thank you.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to a couple of the comments heard around the table here. As far as bus routes, I've heard that a couple of times. Guess what? Put a bus route on. Like, don't make it harder than it is. What we can do in the future is a little bit easier by putting a bus route than putting a dome or putting a steel structure or what have you. Pick what you can do easier and deal with those as they come. We have already talked about putting money aside for increasing, the roadway in and around there. We have residential development going up in Trader Ridge area. Bus service would be needed there. Road rehabilitation or increase of lanes would still be needed there if you get development coming in due to commercial or these residential features. I think we need to stay away from, I hate to say it, municipal bureaucracy and keep going and study and study and study. At some point, you have to make a decision and go with it. I don't believe that Edmonton is a foolish municipality. If they're going to build a second dome, clearly they were happy with the first one. So we have taken, since 2023, I have met with this delegation. And so, and then they came prior to that. So how much longer do we put this through the ringer? Like, get something done. If you want to work on future recreation in Avondale, absolutely. But I think this one has sung its song, and I think it just needs to move ahead. So that's my 2 cents.
Thanks. Councillor O'Connor, did you want to wait till your close, or did you have a question? Okay. Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. One of the issues that Councillor Bressie raised was if we've identified whether we actually have this need in the community. And a lot of projecting into the future really relies on anecdotal and supposition. But what I do know is that we live in a winter community, and for many of the sports that have that exist in our community, they shut down in the winter because they cannot work. It doesn't work. This gives us an opportunity to introduce a lot of sports into a winter facility that would not otherwise exist. Lacrosse is struggling mightily because they have no space. They have no space because we tore down the Johnny Mac. We have indoor football, there's ultimate frisbee, there's indoor baseball, there's so many opportunities for the youth of our community. And I think we owe it to them to offer them options that are not screen-based, that are active and physical. We have that same obligation to offer those opportunities to people in their 20s, 30s, 70s, 90s. We certainly could build that in a hard structure, but it would take many more millions of dollars to build something that is equivalent in size. And I think that that's the one, for me, really impressive thing about a dome structure is how incredibly large they can be. And how they can be broken up into many sports. Many things can be happening at once. They're not for a privileged society. They're for the people who are doing just regular jobs and trying to get their kids from grade 1 to the end of university. It's not a precious project that we're undertaking. It's a needed project that will meet the needs of many people in the community in a way that cannot be addressed in a steel structure or a fabric structure in any kind of timely manner. One of the things that we really know we need in Grande Prairie is we need an economic boost, and that includes building things that people will want to come and be a part of and play at. You know, we saw that interest happen when the hospital was completed. In 2010, we saw that interest when the Eastlink Center was completed. We have many more opportunities, Councillor Bressie, to address the Avondale lands, and we will. But in the meantime, let's get kids on the field where they can play and be happy.
Thanks, Councillor Blackmore. I'll get to Councillor O'Connor to close. I'll go to Councillor Bressie, and then I'll jump in.
Yeah, and Councillor Blackmore, I think it's what you said in terms of serving kids that I'm really struggling with. For me, I was running youth programs in the Composite High School when the Leisure Center got torn down, and I saw the impact that we had when kids lost a place to go when they got kicked out of high school. How they just ended up going who knows where, usually at home in front of their screens. And I go to the Eastlink Center. My favorite part about the Eastlink Center is when I'm there at lunchtime or I'm there right after school and I see a whole bunch of high school kids show up and have a safe place to be physically fit, to be with their friends, to be there for them. And I guess that's what I'm saying here. That's what I think we're losing by this build is we're losing that third space that I think high school kids desperately need close to their school to go and be with their friends. I also, I ran for council to make a great place for high school kids to grow up. And I think having something right by their high school is so essential to them. And then something I got really surprised about when I ran for council was how much I enjoyed getting to know the seniors, getting to know their needs, and talking to seniors who are so excited about having a potential track or place they could go to exercise without driving across town to get to the Eastlink Center is something else that I really saw benefits of this. And that's why I really think the approach should be, hey, what can we get to fit in Avondale, fit in the heart of our community, instead of where can we get a dome to fit? And for me, I don't think it's wrong to say, hey, we're going to get a dome fit. I get why you folks have landed there, and I think that's a reasonable way to go, and I think a dome is going to be awesome for the community. But for me, the priority more is, and I think what we're losing is what is the best for those high school kids? And for those high school kids, I really do think something adjacent to their school, in their community, on their park system is just better for them.
Just going to jump in the queue and then I'll go Councillor O'Connor to close. I think everyone would agree that we've come to a consensus on the need. Minor soccer has said they have hundreds of kids are turning away in football, lacrosse, baseball, cricket, any sport that you think would potentially access this facility. We're seeing near double-digit growth, and so in percentage of increase. And so the need, I think, is something we all agree on. The location, to me, this is ultimately the best location. The Avondale area is, sure, the heart of our city, but that facility is taller than the Composite High School. I can see the Composite High School from City Hall. You would see that facility if it was there in the heart of our city from pretty much anywhere you would look. And to me, that's not what we want in the heart of our facility. It's a facility that you're right, they're significantly large and they're bigger than people think. And being on a perimeter adjacent to commercial and industrial land and the way that the topography of the land is there, I don't think it will be as much of a detriment in the aesthetics and the view and the sight lines as any other single location we looked at. The reason for me that it's why now, as opposed to waiting for a build of a future Eastlink type facility or a future swimming pool, is a multiplex for this community, in my opinion, is 10 years away. We haven't looked at it. We haven't talked about it. We don't have the land for it. We haven't done all of the work that is required for a multiplex type facility. And it's $150+ million for that type of facility. Edson's building one that's significantly smaller than the Eastlink for around $90 million. So to add a swimming pool, just a swimming pool, I can see the need for that in the Avondale area. If we were going to build a swimming pool and a courthouse, a court sport facility, I think that's a great fit in Avondale. To me, this dome jammed in the heart of our city is really aesthetically unpleasing, and I think the need is now, or I know the need is now. I think to wait for a larger facility, a stick-built facility, it will simply take too long, and we will lose community members. We will lose, we hear on a regular basis about healthcare professionals when they tour our facilities. They're amazed by what we offer. And so when doctors and professionals and people that have options to live in other communities choose to move because our amenities aren't meeting the needs of their kids, I think we will start to lose residents. We all agree sport tourism, it's what fills the ebbs and flows of industry in hospitality. It's what keeps us going on the weekend. When we see 60-team volleyball tournaments and 50-team hockey tournaments, these are really what keep our retail, our hospitality, our restaurants going. And so adding another opportunity that, you're right, Councillor Bressie, we may not see the direct payoff right away. I think that we've seen from other sport what our facilities do to bring sport tourism. So I think we will see that with those sports as well. The big piece I also think that's been mentioned is in regards to economic development. If you look at our strategic priority, we talk about many things, including innovative efficiencies and economic readiness. This will be a catalyst for strategic growth. This will be a catalyst for housing. It will be an asset for youth and seniors. It will fit into an active lifestyle, and it will create fierce community pride for our residents, for our council, for our organizations that use this facility. And it's something that we should take great pride in when we bring more people to our community to visit our incredible facilities, to go, wow, I had no idea Grande Prairie was that facility. We heard it time and time again when we hosted the single largest Alberta Winter Games ever. Families told us from Edmonton and Calgary, wow, we had no idea. And so to have those opportunities to provide facilities that make our families want to stay here longer, that build our sport tourism, that spur on economic development and growth, I really think that this facility is one of those that will touch all those spots. I strongly encourage council to support this. As mentioned many times, this has been a multiple-year conversation. We've explored many, many, many locations. We've put a lot of time and effort into this. Administration has worked tirelessly on this, and I thank them for that. And for me, this is the best location for this facility, and it's in a location that's needed now. I will go to Councillor O'Connor to close.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Just to answer your question about people not being able to get there, I think Councillor Bosch brought up the point that transit can be added. Any routes can be added. And I grew up in Ottawa, and when I went anywhere, we walked or took the bus. So I walked most places because I didn't have the money. It's simply too large for the Avondale area. I think we need to, if we don't punch out that road to 105th, take 105 feet straight north to the old bypass, I think that would cause so much congestion and be hurtful for that area. So I think I do agree with you. We need to plan something for Avondale, and we need to start planning now and be able to work towards putting the right facility there. I don't know what that looks like, but I think we should be planning now and plan for the future. So I think it's really important that we support our soccer kids and get them playing. And I just hope you will change your mind, Councillor Bressie, because this is important for now. So I look forward to your vote of a yes. Thank you.
That was Councillor O'Connor's close, and I will call the question.
Councillor Blackmore in favour.
And that carries 7-1. Moving on to tonight's, the rest of tonight's agenda, council member reports. I will start with Councillor O'Connor.
You would, but I came prepared. So have you got an hour? Okay, I'm going to try and do it very quickly. Had a regional Sport Connect meeting with the Sport Connect Committee and the city and Sexsmith, and that meeting went very well. Visit with Mayor Clayton and Councillor Thiessen, the Faceless Doll project at the Art Gallery, and February 15th went to the Valentine's event at the Collins Recital Hall. Culture is back in Grande Prairie, thank goodness. February 16th, went to the drop-in event at the Eastlink Center. Hundreds of kids were out there, and they were just playing everything from basketball to volleyball to you name it. They were playing, they were swimming, so it was a great day. Growing the North was a spectacular event for me. I was very inspired by the speakers that were there, and I really appreciated Vanique Mohawk, who survived the Oka thing. She got bayoneted, and 1 centimeter either side, she would have been dead. So she went on as an Indigenous sports to win a coaching medal with the water polo team 17 years later. So that's made me very proud. At a Sport Connect board meeting, council of the whole went to Greece. Greece was a tremendous, thank God we have such great talent in our community. And then our Grande Prairie Police Service #1 graduation ceremony was spectacular. And then the graduation ceremony that evening at the, where was it? Jackpot Grill, and they even got me up dancing, and I shouldn't have been with my cane. Anyway, attended this with Councillor Bosch, and I'm going to leave you to finish that one, Ms. Bosch. And then coldest night of the year, I didn't walk, but I attended. There was a great turnout, and Mayor Clayton and I went to watch the film screening of Porcelain War, and that was so moving, it brought me to tears. So, Academy Award winner coming up, pretty sure. So that's my report. Thank you, Mayor Clayton.
Thanks there, Councillor O'Connor. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. Couple highlights. We touched on growing the North. That something I attended one evening and a couple mornings. Grande Prairie Police Service graduation. I was very proud. I know a couple of the members that that graduated, and just proud of them. Along with all of the members, I really appreciated the award ceremony, learning about some of the skills that some of these future officers have. A very impressive group of recruiting. My big highlight is I attended the Tourism Industry of Alberta Conference in Edmonton, something that I enjoy going to each year. I think this was the best one. I spammed Mayor Clayton with about 8 pages of notes. It was one of the best ones that I've had yet, and a lot of conversations around a lot that I'd learned at the event. So one of the big focuses, and I believe it came up also from Christopher Smith here with Travel Alberta, but was delivered at the TIA conference, is Travel Alberta is very intent on developing the Northern Rockies region, which we are in. Already, you look at the areas of Banff, Jasper, Canmore are sold out. And so now that what they want to do is start developing other regions, such as Drumheller and Grande Prairie, to draw further tourists, international tourists, from around the world, but also to bring them into the Grande Prairie and Grand Cache areas. So that was a highlight, and I could bore you for hours on other notes that I've got, but I'll wrap it up there.
Thanks, Councillor Burke. Councillor O'Toole.
Right, I've covered, or a lot of things have been covered already, but I will highlight a couple items. I went to the policing committee, which has a member of the RCMP attending, and seeing as they are the police of jurisdiction, we get an opportunity to hear their statistics and also our concerns. They can forward them on. Then after that, we have the police commission meeting, and once again, it's more of a question answer, and we have our Grande Prairie Police service that we get reports on. And with that, the first Grande Prairie Police recruit graduation class was here on Friday morning, and later that afternoon we had the graduation dinner and speeches. I do know 3 members of that new recruits that I was pretty impressed with, but we also had the experienced officer program, and it was number 3 that we've had, and they come from every part of Canada. So with that was good. I'm just trying to go with no particular order here. Here we go. Okay. Attended the Grande Prairie Storm, and they had an oil and gas appreciation game, and very well attended. I don't think the Storm come out on top, but it was a very tough game. Attended the Eastlink Center community drop-in, which was extremely well attended, and of course the Drawing the North. I had to skip out at the Drawing the North because there was an early board draw for the Dream Home draw, and I was one of the witnesses there, and it wasn't me. I don't even have a ticket yet. But with that, I also attended the D Company Armories Casino. Nobody wanted to work the 8 in the morning or 8 at night till 5 in the morning, but I got voluntold to do that, and it worked out good. I attended the Passionate Hearts Awards, and we had an Alberta Bilingual Municipality members meeting, and I did miss it, but I've got the notes. But we had that meeting, and I will have more information at our next committee, our council meeting. And with that, that's what I did. Growing the North, and was the big one.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'll try to keep it brief over here. Over the last 2 weeks, I had a lot of events that have already been mentioned that I was in attendance with, but I'll speak to some of the ones that sort of caught my eye a bit more and moved my heart. and of course the business. So I took part of the Mighty Peace Watershed Alliance General Board meeting held in Spirit River a couple weeks ago. It was a great meeting. We had 3 presentations, which is a bigger presentation load than we normally have. So most of the other business was just talking about where we're moving forward with our integrated watershed management plan and managing the water resources that is the Mighty Peace, which controls 69% of the entire province's water flows. That's the freshwater flows, so that's pretty cool. I always thought it was 42, but then I got corrected by our technologist, and he was like, no, it's 69. Here's the map. It's pretty cool. I also attended the Passionate Heart Awards. This is, 12 years on council and 14 years in a row for me. So this is an event that I seem to never say no to because there's so many good people, and I see some of them sitting in our crowd here today that have been sitting inside their N1 awards and been nominated for those awards. So congratulations to all nominees and to all the winners of the Passionate Heart Awards. It's my favorite award ceremony of the year. I don't care who's going to Sport Connection. That's cool too, but this is the coolest. The Faceless Doll Project, Councillor O'Connor touched on. I did go with Mayor Clayton and stuff. I just wanted to throw a shout out to Elder Loretta Toronto English because that really was her project. This is a local project at our world-class gallery on display. Over 250 miniature faceless dolls. They're still available to go see free of charge. Loretta was joking, though. She said, everyone asked me how many I made. I made a couple. She said maybe a couple dozen. And the rest are all made by school-aged children with guidance from Loretta. So I encourage everyone, it's got about a week left, go check it out. I did attend the first day of Growing the North conference, and I did have to miss out on the second day due to a funeral and travel. The funeral was on behalf of Ann Repetowski. If you're familiar with Seniors Outreach, she was a big figure there for 30 years, and unfortunately we lost her a little bit too soon. So I was happy to go spend time with her family and the members of the seniors community in celebrating her life, which was all about giving to the people in this community, from Grand Spirit Foundation to her work in Seniors Outreach. And finally, I did a ASHA meeting, Alberta Seniors Community Housing, on Friday, rushed back home, and on Saturday, I did a 3.5-hour podcast on the Grey Range podcast, talking all about municipal government and what got me involved. And I believe I mentioned at least 5 of your names. So if you're worried about what I might have said, you should tune in. And that's all I got. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Teese and Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Of course, I know you didn't talk about me at all, so I don't need to. Some of the things that I've been doing the last few days, I attended a community futures meeting, talked about a lot of process that needs to take place, some changes that need to take place at community futures, both nationally and locally. I also attended South Peace Regional Archives Board meeting and had an update from the Masco Medical Clinic. Their tender for their building has come in, and so they have some options to look at. They were just bringing myself, Councillor Plott, and Mayor Clayton, some other people up to speed on where they're at. I'm encouraged that their tenders came in relatively close to where they wanted them, so I think that's a good sign. I also attended a couple of Zoom meetings regarding the airport. The province has engaged a company to do some outreach with airports across the province, and so I attended both a planning meeting and then the actual outreach meeting with the consultants to talk about how our regional airport sits in terms of service within the province, what we need to make us a better airport, and what the province could do to make air service within the province more accessible to people. And I'd like to remind people, just in case you didn't know, tomorrow is Clam Chowder Soup Day, National Clam Chowder Soup Day. And don't forget that Wednesday is Pink Shirt Day, so wear your pink shirt as a voice against bullying. That concludes my report.
Thanks, Councillor Blackmore. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you, Mayor Clayton. It's been a busy couple weeks, so I won't talk about the community events I went to, just the board events that I went to. First one was the storm board meeting. Was my third storm board meeting, I think. Hockey's not my sport, and it was an organization I didn't know a lot about. I go because you folks sent me there by pointing me there, and I'm really glad you did, because I'm learning a lot about the Storms I go there. And I've always enjoyed going to a couple games a year, but I'm learning a lot about the things that you don't see if you just go to a game, especially with the junior Storm, and really appreciating what they do with kids in the community. So thanks for sending me there so I get to learn more about that wonderful organization. Got to attend a police committee meeting and a police commission meeting. And two things I want to report out of the police commission meeting is, number one, congratulations to Commissioner Burnham, who's been appointed to the Provincial Special Police Review Committee, where the province is redoing how we do police complaints in the province. And the idea is a municipal service shouldn't oversee its own complaints of its own officers. Instead, there should be a provincial body that oversees complaints of police officers, which is a change that I really agree with. And Commissioner Burnham's going to be on the provincial committee to help make that process go really well. So congratulations to him and thank you to him. That's a volunteer role for him that I appreciate him volunteering for. And also we got to hear about the 14 cadets that are going to be in the new recruit class on March 14th. And I was really impressed by the first 12 new officers that we've recruited. And holy smokes, am I also very impressed by the next 14 officers that brand new police, never been police officers that Chief Lacusta has recruited. Their resumes are really impressive. They've got really diverse experiences and they all seem really established in their careers that they're switching out of. And so really appreciate those people who are incoming. For Alberta municipalities, I got to have an audit finance committee meeting. I get to chair that committee. And one of the things that it oversees is the municipal insurance exchange, which is where the city of Grande Prairie gets most of its insurance from. It's also where a whole bunch of nonprofits in the community get their insurance from. And we got to receive our audited financial statements for the year. And so happy to report that insurance reciprocal we rely on is in really good financial shape and can continue offering the good rates that it offers the city and the nonprofits in the community. For executive committee at Alberta municipalities, we had a visit with Minister Nixon, so really appreciated him coming and him chatting about some of the things that his ministry is doing to take better care of our children especially, but also our seniors that need help. One thing he did ask us to pass on to municipalities is the province is eager to work with communities to get more shelters, etc., into their communities, but local councils can't rely on the province to rule them and take the gut punches when it comes to land zoning. We have to be willing to stand up and make the hard decisions about where things could go. And it was kind of fun hearing that because this council's never been afraid of that, of doing what's right for our community. And we've never felt the need that we have to hide behind the province. And so that was pretty easy for me to hear as a councillor from Grande Prairie. I was glad for him to share, hey, municipalities, you need to do your part as well, which I think we are doing here in Grande Prairie. I got to attend the Apex Pension Board, which I'm the new chair of, and that's sure going to be a learning curve. That's all I'll say about my first meeting there, but really appreciate the other board members there that are going to help me figure that out. And then the last thing I'll report on is for the Alberta Municipal Service Corporation. A change we recently made to our board is less elected officials and more subject matter experts on there. We got to have our orientation and our first meeting with 4 subject matter experts, including a familiar face to many of you, Mr. Nicolay. And I could tell that those new people we have on that board are going to help us really do even better at serving municipalities and nonprofits with pensions, employee benefits, electricity, insurance, and all those things that we get supplied with. So appreciate the new people we had there. And those were all the board meetings I had over the last 2 weeks.
Thanks, Councillor Bressie. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. First, I'll give a shout out to the Grande Prairie Synquatics Club. Councillor O'Connor and I attended their Rocky Mountain qualifier, and what we know as synchronized swimming is now called artistic swimming, and so it's impressive. I've always been impressed by those athletes being able to do what they would love to see cameras underwater too, because I think, we can be a little more Olympic wise that way and check that out. This is a small but mighty little club. They pretty much went down to nothing when COVID hit, and now are climbing their way back up, swimming their way back up to getting more members. So I encourage others to check that out. There's around 325 athletes, and then of course parents and grandparents and coaches and volunteers. So really great sport. It was just a surprise because you hear the girls, cheer and yell for each other, but, only when they bob up. So it's like just seconds. It's not like volleyball at all, or basketball. I attended the Peace Library Systems Board meeting. Those are long board meetings, but we do a lot of policy review, and so we went through a lot of that this last meeting. Again, the first class for GPPS officers, as Chief Lemieux says, all proud. This is the first one and only that there's ever going to be. So it was pretty nice to be a part of that. In addition to that, the 3 experienced officers come with a ton of experience, and I believe it's the second officer from Toronto, and it always goes into my head. I think, there's a law and order now, Toronto. This has got to be easier. Come in here, and maybe they'll bring their friends. And one RCMP officer and one from Edmonton. So these experienced officers are significant attributes to our new police force. And then finally, the Growing the North Conference and the mixer the night before. I just take great pleasure in seeing all the people that we do know, but so many people coming to our community from outside of our area, so from all over Alberta. Great to see them wanting to come to Grande Prairie and see what our Growing the North Conference is. My favorite part is always the chief economist presentation. Mark Parsons did it again this year from ATB. It's always incredibly interesting. And I better say the regional municipalities leaders presentation is also my favorite. Riveting, yes. Yeah, and that's about it. So that's my report.
Thanks, Councillor Bosch. Many of the things that I attended have already been mentioned. I'll go fairly quickly so that we can get out of here. I had the opportunity to meet with MP Workington and get an update on items that he's working on, and also update him on things that we're working on. Had the honor of bringing greetings at the Passionate Heart Awards, and if you don't know what that is, it's the Family and Community Support Services Awards supported by the city, the county, Beaver Lodge, Town of Sexsmith, Town of Wembley, where we honor individuals, teams, and organizations who made a lasting impact in social services on their community. It's a great event, as Councillor Thiessen mentioned, and always proud to be there. Went and visited 2 local businesses with the Invest GP team celebrating 20 years in business. Beaver Lodge Butcher Shop has now been in Grande Prairie for 20 years. They're building their 3rd location, opening soon, and Tech Plumbing. So congratulations to both them celebrating 20 years of business in Grande Prairie. As mentioned, Grande Prairie Storm had Oil and Gas Appreciation Evening. It was my honor to drop the puck at that event as we celebrated the energy sector in our community. I attended the Filipino Party, Filipino Association of Grande Prairie Area Valentine's Day Party. I can tell you, if you ever have a rough day, you go to a Filipino party. It's fun, it's loud, it's exciting. There's lots of great food, and everybody's so happy. So it was a great event, and thank you. I did not sing karaoke. I left before that started. But I thank them for inviting me, so that was a great event. As mentioned, attended the Faceless Doll project, and yeah, again, thank you to Elder Loretta. She not only serves our community on a daily basis, but has a big vision in regards to spreading her knowledge and her experience and really inviting people to learn about Indigenous history and culture. So thank you to her. Attended the Growing the North conference with my colleagues. Had a meeting during that with many organizations, including CAP, the Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers, the Northern Transport Advocacy Bureau, who had a conversation on the Arctic Circle Transportation Economic Corridor, attended a CRA meeting during Grow in the North, and then, as mentioned, had the pleasure to sit with my municipal colleagues, Reeve Olson and Reeve Marshall, on a panel about Invest Northwest, but also about the great work my council and this organization has done in regards to collaboration. Collaboration isn't just me. Collaboration isn't just one councillor. Collaboration is all of us, and it really takes a team for us to make a difference. I've since then had multiple colleagues from other municipalities reach out and want to learn from us. So kudos to my colleagues, kudos to our organization and our senior leadership for really changing how we do business with our municipal partners. It doesn't go unnoticed, so thank you for that. I attended the Aztec Alberta Science and Technology Awards, and a local person won the Regional Innovation Award. Congratulations to Tracy Pearson, who created a digital app after experiencing breast cancer herself, created a digital app in early detection, and now is an award winner and really doing incredible things and in recovery. So great news on that. Also attended a Zoom meeting as I'm a non-voting member at the South Peace Physician Attraction Retention Committee, which is our rural community members. I sit there just as a resource to them, so I attended that meeting. And as mentioned, attended and brought greetings on behalf of council to the Grande Prairie Police Service Class Number 1 graduation. We will never have another Class Number 1. It was truly a proud moment, graduating the 12 inexperienced officers and then adding 3 experienced officers. So kudos to Chief Lacoste and his team. They're doing exceptional work, and really was a great opportunity to learn more about those candidates. And we're really building an incredible crew at GPPS. And last but not least, I wanted to mention, as Councillor O'Connor mentioned, the Ukrainian-Canadian Congress and the Porcelain War video. If you have a chance to see it, the cinematography is beautiful, and there's a little bit of animation in it that is something else, but it's a story about 3 individuals who are artists with extreme passion, but in the day they do things like teach civilians how to shoot rifles. And so it's a really neat story. It's got multiple nominations. It's something that I think everybody should watch. So with that, I thank you for your time. This was a long night, and I wish you all the best. And if you haven't bought tickets, the Women of Influence Award luncheon is coming up on March 7th. The nominees have been announced. A great list of incredible women leaders in our community. It is not open to just women, so I encourage people to attend. It'll be a great luncheon. Thanks so much, and have a great night.